Misfits and dope addicts are here.
Because
on
this day,
Mr. Townsend, Pete Townsend. What year was Pete born in? I don't have that in front of me.
1945.
there we go.
Boy, makes him 75 or so.
Yep,
Yeah.
75.
Pete Townsend. That was one of his solo efforts without the Who. And I think the Who was recently, before the pandemic, was on tour.
Doing their, we mean it this time. It's the last tours.
Honest. It's a
Don't
fine
make me
show
turn
business
this car
tradition.
around.
Or was they working on the residency in Vegas? I can't remember.
Oh, yeah. It's a fine show business tradition, though, to do the farewell tour and then keep doing it, year after year after year after year. It's like famous
Elton John's
actress.
been on his farewell tour for 10 years now, I feel like.
Yeah, there was a famous actress, an American actress, stage actress back in the 1800s. I forget who it was now. But she went on her retirement farewell tour for 20 years, and went from city to city performing her most well-known roles.
Well, and Kiss was doing it. And the thing about Kiss is that they could retire, and they could Blue Man Group that thing.
Sure.
Sure, easily.
Blue Man
Maybe
Group
they
that.
have.
No, I don't.
Maybe they have. You see Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley
Yeah,
occasionally out front, but when the band actually performs, you don't know if it's them.
I've seen photos of them on their allegedly farewell tour. Oh, trust me, it's Gene.
But it's the two of them, and then the other members of the band have rotated for decades.
Yeah.
Well, I love that song anyway. Pete Townsend got himself into a spot of trouble a few years ago, but was able to pull out of that, and his reputation was clean, and there you go. I just recently discovered this last couple of years.
Save it for later.
Your legs skip where you hit the ground. Save it for later. Don't run away, don't let me down. Sooner or later, you hit the deck, you get found out. Save it for later. Don't run away, don't let me down.
It's pleasant.
I may
Apparently,
like this better
that's a
than
whole
the original.
that's a whole album apparently called Pete Townsend's Deep End Live. So you may want to look into that.
What else is on it?
I
have
do
that
not
in front
know.
of you?
Let me see.
I think I may like that better than the original, the Ranking Roger.
Let me see.
Lonely saxophone.
Nice. Anyway, hi. It's good morning. It's
Okay. Here's what you get on Pete Townsend's Deep End Live.
okay.
Barefootin', After the Fire, Behind Blue Eyes, Stop Hurting People, Pinball Wizard, Save It for Later, I Put a Spell on You, I'm One, Little is Enough, and Eyesight to the Blind.
Huh.
Well, there you go.
Some classics on there. I'm barefootin'. It's I'm gonna have to look that and get that. I'll put that on my Spotify. Is that
Put it on your Amazon wish list.
So hi, how's it going?
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know, Jeannie. You look like it isn't going all right. You have a
It's not.
do you have a sour stomach? You look
That's
like
the
you
look
might.
I have on my
Yeah.
face.
Is this telemedicine? Is that what
Yeah,
this
this is. You
You
look
want to
as though
diagnose me?
you looked as though. No, please don't do that. Was that fur on your tongue?
Might
That
have
was
been.
fur, wasn't it?
Oh, I had a crappy night.
I could tell. I mean, you look like you have a little sour stomach, or
You guys have known me for many, many years.
yes.
How many times have you known me to cry in all of those years?
Well, we're not with you every moment of the day. I suspect that the minute you leave the show, you go get in your car and cry every day for the last 25 years.
But we have spent many hours a day many days over many years. How many times have you seen me cry?
You've seen me weep on multiple occasions.
I'm not a crier.
I'm crying now.
I lost it last night.
What happened? You just everything? Just
Yeah.
kinda-
I've been saying for a while, and I probably shouldn't say this on the radio, but we're honest here, right?
Well, think about it carefully.
Remember, this part of the show, it doesn't count, remember?
Yeah, when you preface these things this way, think about it carefully.
I've been worried for the time when everybody thinks everything is okay and wants to go back to normal in a hurry, and I am not ready to do that.
Well, you don't have to.
But you are pressured on multiple fronts to get over it, and you're making too big a deal out of
You
this.
mean your husband is saying,
No, my husband? No.
Okay, then it's your little
Forces
kid, isn't it?
outside of
It's-
this house.
It's little Mohammed, isn't it? He's saying,
You gotta stop doing this and stop being such a sissy. We gotta get out there. I need to kick a ball.
I feel like it's one big science experiment that
it is.
the world is saying, well, let's just
It
open it
is.
up and see what happens.
I was
And
gonna
I
say,
don't
you-
want to be a part of that.
I was going to say, you must have watched Rachel Maddow last night. Because she
Is that
had a
what she
whole,
said?
She had a whole story about the White House metric that they're using, which was created by an economist. Someone who has nothing to
Yeah.
do, and this is what they're basing it on, and this is why Pence is on the radio yesterday with Geraldo Rivera saying, oh yeah, it's going to be fine by Memorial Day. Everything, yeah, it'll be no more deaths, it'll just go away.
Listen, I got
big
my shipment on my porch of my hydrochloroquine. It's on my porch right
Hydroxychloroquine.
now, the little box of it. I'm going to start taking that. We'll be fine.
Yeah,
Listen, I've heard many stories about the fact that it's good. It works.
So I have puffy. I cried my eyes out last night. I don't usually do that. My stomach is fine. I don't
And I
have
have I have puffy, I drink too much eyes. That's my puffy eyes. I got one of those freezer masks. I'm gonna go get that and put that
Oh,
on. In a
good.
few
Yeah,
minutes.
do that.
I'll do part of the. When we come back, I'll have my freezer mask. on.
Well, you'll want to see that at x96.com/live.
We'll officially begin the show.
Which is where you can see us doing the show from our homes in a split screen technology. It's till further notice, and that means
Except-
these shows.
Except Katie isn't in her home; she's in the
Well,
studio.
no, she's in the studio coordinating all of this at headquarters.
Thanks,
Ken,
Katie.
Let's
That's great though, because she doesn't have a home. So
She does too.
let's check in.
Check-ins.
877-602-9696. That's the number. 877-602-9696. Are we going too fast, baby? We going too fast for you? You think? Call us and let us know. How do you feel about it? You ready to turn that dimmer switch up to full? Are you ready to get out there and start living your life again? You ready to go to the gym?
Nope.
You're ready to go. You're ready to go stand online for a concert. How about a mosh pit? Would you like a nice mosh pit? 877-602-9696. Check in with us. Let us know you're there. You're ready for a show. We'd love to hear from you. Yeah, there you go.
In these uncertain, challenging times,
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Haster Games. Haster Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Haster also buys used games. Haster Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasterGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back.
He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time.
Wow.
When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon.
Wow.
Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you
Johnny.
want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those. So
Okay.
here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
You wanna hear-
A.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta
enjoying.
go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People should expect me to do that again. That was a
That may
special-
never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like-
trying.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell, you know?
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guess.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. Okay, it is 6:21. Let's get this over with.
It's time to begin the show in these uncertain times. And so, if you would like to check in with us in these uncertain times, please do. 877-602-9696. I know we have awaiting Amanda, and we have somebody. Do we have somebody else after that? 877-602-9696. I think there's a line open, though. So, Gina, shall we begin?
Sure. Brought to you by Stockton 12 Honda, the Honda Giant. Giant selection, giant choice. That's what makes them the Honda Giant. Come browse or visit Stockton12Honda.com.
The moon is 9.7% of full. It is waning. The moon will set today in these uncertain times at 5:52 p.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 15th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. This is World Plant a Vegetable Garden Day, and it's also Boys Club Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So welcome to the Boys Club of Morning Radio. No women allowed. And we're the little rascals of the air, the lords of morning radio. We're Radio from Hell, founders of the He-Man Woman Haters Club. Terry Jackson, Bill Allred, and the one woman allowed because she's more of a man than most of you boys out there, Gina Barberi. Oh, and Katie for short, she's allowed in the club too. She's our producer. And, of course, Cynthia and Miriam, both allowed in as well. We're really not much of a He-Man
No.
Women Haters Club, are we?
We're outnumbered.
We're not
4
much
to
of
2.
I always loved that in the Little Rascals. Spanky and they formed the He-Man Women Haters Club. But then Darla would come along wearing her little short dress. And, oh, can I come into the club? Oh, yeah, you can. All right.
Well, if it's up to me, we will hire no more dudes on this show.
All right. Good. I think it's. I'll second that.
Okay, good. Let's begin your check-ins. 877-602-9696. We'll start with Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
Hi, good morning.
Thanks for checking into the Radio from Hell show in these uncertain times. You had to do it, didn't you?
I love
I
that
know.
song.
I know you
loathe
do. I know you do, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, and see, when I hear the name Amanda, I think of the domineering harridan of a mother, Amanda Wingfield from the Glass Menagerie. That's who I think
That's where your
of.
mind goes.
Yeah.
Well, naturally.
Thank
So, Amanda, what's up with you today?
I am heading to work at the Utah State Hospital. And
Is it the state hospital for the criminally insane?
Some of them, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And some are just the regularly insane, although
And so-
we're encouraged
and so-
not to call them that.
Yeah, and some are just faking it.
I don't know. I haven't seen that yet. Some
right.
are the true blue. In fact, I have to go through their checkpoint in just a second, so I have to answer some questions. They're being very careful with the COVID. They take our temperature each day and ask us questions, and I think we've been very good. We've been very careful, and we haven't had any patients that have had it, so we've been very lucky.
That's
good.
pretty remarkable, really.
Mm-hmm.
So
been good.
where is the state hospital? It used to be in Provo. Is it still down in Provo?
Yep, it's still there. It's been here for over 100 years.
Yeah.
So I'm still here.
Well, my fifth grade teacher, Mr. Chadburn, was an orderly before he became a teacher. He was an orderly at the state hospital for the criminally insane, which is what you called them back then. And he delighted in telling us horror stories of the inmates there.
I think
All right,
Amanda's at her checkpoint.
Amanda's at her checkpoint, so we will let Amanda go. Thank you,
All right.
Amanda.
Thank you,
Thanks,
guys.
Amanda.
Thanks
We'll
for being a
see.
friend of the
Bye.
program, Amanda.
Bye-bye. Let's go now to Danessa. How do you say it? Danessa?
No. Hi, this is Demetra.
Demetra.
That wasn't
morning.
even close.
Not even close.
How are you, Demetra?
Come on, Cynthia.
I'm hanging in there. I could empathize with Gina this morning.
Did you lose it?
Well, I've been losing it, and I had a friend suggest I watch Breaking Bad because I worked a lot when the show was airing, so I never watched it when it actually aired.
Yeah.
So I decided to start watching that, and it gives me extreme anxiety.
Oh yeah,
You should stop.
it's not a it's not a feel good show. It's
I've been watching cartoon movies with the kids,
There you go.
Yeah,
which I was actually really sick of.
Breaking Bad just gets more and more and more intense.
Yeah.
You think how much worse can it get, and then it does.
Yeah, it's I have a friend who told you love it because of the chemistry references and I find that really interesting, but it's just too violent, and I've seen a lot of things in my life, you know, and it's kind of a sad story. I had a friend who knew this woman who was pregnant and had 2 other kids, and she dirt poor, and he asked me if I could buy her diapers, and if and he borrowed my car to take her to a doctor's appointment, and I watched the kids, and I'm in the house with a 3-year-old and a baby, and there's a bag of sugar on the counter, and she tells me if the baby cries, just make it some sugar water to eat.
Oh yeah, the baby will like that.
Yeah.
And the little girl's looking at me and saying, I'm hungry.
Oh, jeez.
And just like in the Breaking Bad movie. And it was like,
don't watch Breaking Bad anymore.
Yeah, don't
Go back to
watch
the cartoons, Dimitri. Go back to the
Go with the
cartoons.
cartoons, and you'll be good.
But,
All right.
We'll see you.
You said something this morning about a mosh pit, and it reminded me at Deviate. Years ago, I saw the Cramps, and I'm in the mosh pit, and I see some friend of mine who tells me, Demetri, what are you doing here? You're going to get killed.
Yes.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Well, I was in the mosh pit at DV8 one time, and I got the cramps. So
there you go. Thanks, Dimitri.
See you later.
Thanks,
we got to
Dimitri.
run. Let's go to Killer.
Killer, thanks for joining us here in these troubled times. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, happy birthday, Bill.
Thank you. Thanks, I appreciate it. You had to do it.
We were trying to ignore it.
Bill,
I try to ignore
it.
it.
The same birthday.
Oh, that's what
you have the same birthday.
Well, happy
birthday, Killer.
Thank you.
Are you doing anything
I feel
special?
a lot better now.
You doing anything special?
Going to Logan.
Yeah.
I'm going to Logan and then to the manufacturing plant. Then then I come back home.
All right.
That's
Happy
your routine.
birthday.
Well,
Thank you.
blow something up for your birthday, okay?
Too late. Already have.
All right.
Already.
All right, Killer. See you later.
Killer.
Thanks
All
for
right, we'll
checking
see
in.
you. Okay. Traffic, Gina.
Let's see. We have a police incident, which, Bill, you might look into that for news because it looks like there was a car chase and shooting and trouble and
Where?
mayhem. And let's see, I have the address right here. 7200 West 30th South in Magna. There's a police incident there. Northbound closed at 31st South. Southbound closed at 28 South. Use an alternate route through that area. Crash northbound I-15 at 1300 North in Sunset up in Davis County. And that's all I'm getting from you, Dot. What am I getting from you? Text it to us, 33986.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back full strength. Big boy news and opinioendo coming up in the next break. Stand by for that. UtahAdvocates.com.
Yes, our good friends at the Advocates, Driggs, Bills, and Day. They're a small personal injury law firm. They take a select number of cases, and their they're very selective about the cases they take because they want to make sure that they can give personal attention to their clients. So if you've been injured in an accident, if you're having trouble with the insurance companies, this is the place you should turn. Call the Advocates, 801-355-5550. You can call them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They won't charge you any money for the call. They won't charge you any money for your representation until they get you a settlement. Couple of our staff members can speak highly of the Advocates as well because they've actually used their services as attorneys. So it's the Advocates. You deserve an advocate. Call them, 801-355-5550 or utahadvocates.com.
Less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week. And so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
It's expensive. That's
I was going to say, I'll put you in the poorhouse.
That's true.
Entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who was that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my
and
favorite.
He's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite.
No?
Friend of... Come on, you guys.
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and dropped off some toys. But
I love Punk, but that's not who I'm talking about.
I
talking about...
I don't know who you could be.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
Chainsaw Guy. Actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not heard.
He's your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not anymore.
He was. Well, when I found out that he was self-certified.
That's when
I went, oh, well.
You didn't like his advice, and then you looked into it. And,
I said, where
because he thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
Where did you learn this stuff, I said. Did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him.
Well,
and I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and says, the first thing he always says is, hey, how's that kid doing?
Is that your Chainsaw Guy impression? It's terrible, by the way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But then I'm putting out a call to Chainsaw Guy, if you're listening. We have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard he was doing
like the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy.
Chainsaw Guy podcast?
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, I hope I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So, a Chainsaw Guy, just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
he could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No, I want him in here. I need to see him. I
don't need the smell of the exhaust, and and
it's always terrible.
His overalls are always kind of dirty.
And he usually doesn't button them up the right way.
Yes,
there's always something hanging out.
Well, we have 4 more days of Radio from Hell show where you will have the chance to.
Well,
if
I find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him Carrie says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's all.
He's supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the...
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. But he's also a self-certified life coach and a poet. He
has sage advice.
He offers love advice.
Love advice and relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of it a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, hey,
Oh.
hey, hey,
Yeah.
you know, and so I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
You know, Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
That's true. That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the, what is it, the Universal Life?
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy?
Uh-huh.
Well,
it's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
Oh, that's right.
His first name
Reverend
is
Guy.
Chain.
Yeah.
His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you could call him by his first name.
Okay, but Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, you know. People are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina Barberi.
My podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
and do
then
life
you can have
advice.
all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so
Well,
maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one time, and you said, can you come over right now? And I said, no.
Okay, 6:37. Let's get some big boy news and a Pinuendo going. Brought to you by
Iconoclad has a variety of washable and filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or at their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake City.
Tragedy. He was one of a kind. He was an original. He will be missed in these uncertain times. Golly, Mrs. Cleaver, is Theodore at home? Ken Osmond, who played Eddie Haskell on the old Leave It to Beaver TV show, has died. He was 76 years old. He was surrounded by his family in Los Angeles. He was born in 1943 in Glendale, California, and he started out as a child actor. His first big speaking part came in a movie in 1953, a movie called So Big. Later on in
How
that
big
decade,
hurt you?
So big. Later on in that decade, Osmond found mainstream fame in the sitcom Leave It to Beaver, in which he played Wally Cleaver's best friend, Eddie Haskell. He was first featured on the show in 1957, and he was supposed to be just a guest performer. However, his character was so memorable and people enjoyed it so much, he stayed on the show for its entire run of 6 seasons. Then after that, he kind of didn't do so well in show business, and he became a cop. And he was an L.A. Cop, and he was involved in a shootout in 1980. He was wearing his bulletproof vest, and fortunately he suffered only minor bruises, but he was shot 3 times in a police shootout in L.A. His family and his kids say he was just a great dad, and we loved him very much. Sorry he's gone.
That really is a really nice sight you have there, Mr. Reaper.
Golly, Mr. Reaper. I just saw this today, and I thought, God, this is great. I'm going to do this. I don't know if I'll watch all of it, but yesterday was the 40th anniversary of one of the saddest losses in music, the tragic suicide of Ian Curtis.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
The Joy Division singer has since become an icon. So his former bandmate, Peter Hook, I guess he's done this every year on the date of Ian Curtis's death. He does a tribute show, and this time he did it in a different place. He did a 3-hour, a performance of all of Joy Division's songs via live string. The 3-hour set saw Peter Hook and the band perform in Ian Curtis's old church, the church he used to attend.
Oh.
So
nice.
They did 3 hours Let's see. Peter Hook has streamed, so this is permanent. A performance he conducted with his band. Oh, I guess he recorded this in 2015. And then
they just play it every year?
Yeah, he's played it every year. He does it on the 40th anniversary of his suicide. So there is it's on YouTube, and I think you can just watch it for free. It's called So This Is Permanent. There is some... Oh, I love that. There is a police presence, something going on in Magna. I don't know what, but there is a very large contingent of police officers. It's about 2940 South and 7200 West. For those of you familiar with Magna, and police are just saying, avoid the area, please, avoid the area. On Monday, yesterday, the latest coronavirus update involving Utah. No new deaths reported from COVID-19. Utah has logged 146 new cases since the day before. The Utah Department of Health reported on Monday. No new deaths reported Monday. State death toll from the pandemic remains at 80. The state has recorded 7,384 cases of COVID-19 since the first cases were logged in March. The Alliance for Better Utah is calling on Kaysville Mayor Katie Witt to resign.
You mean boner winner Katie Witt? Can we call her that?
After she opened up the city to a free outdoor concert scheduled for May 30th in conjunction with activists opposed to restrictions brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. Witt expressed her support for the concert in a press release issued last week by Utah Business Revival that's sponsoring the event, and asked residents to come be a pioneer and patriot with us. The major concern is that an elected official is using her power to do something dangerous to her community and those who live outside of it too, said Chase Thomas, executive director of the Alliance for Better Utah. He said Witt's support of the concert seems to be a blatant disregard for her constituents' health and well-being. He also said the timing of Witt's decision appears to be political because she's currently running for Congress in the 1st Congressional District.
Oh, there you go.
State Senator Todd Weiler took to Twitter to call for Witt's resignation, saying she is abusing her office to generate free media in her run for Congress. He tweeted that he disapproves of this publicity stunt from the mayor, who collected parade chairs placed too early because rules are rules. And I think I saw something today, too, in another article. The Kaysville City Council have all en masse turned against the mayor and said, nope.
Yeah, they can stop it. Even if she wants it, they can say, no, this isn't happening. So
yeah, members of this Kaysville City Council are questioning the idea. Councilwoman Michelle Barber wrote in a Facebook post that the City Council is not supporting or endorsing the event and are considering all the options to prevent it from happening within the Kaysville jurisdiction. Barber said Witt surprised the council by telling members about the concert less than 24 hours before publicly announcing it. Well, our Trump,
he's not
our
my
president,
Trump.
He is
not my president.
Yeah, he is. He is. For better or for worse, he is. Donald Trump said on Monday that he's been taking hydroxychloroquine, the anti-malarial drug that the Food and Drug Administration warned could cause serious heart problems for coronavirus patients. He said he was taking the drug as a preventative measure and continued to test negative for the coronavirus. All I can tell you so far, it seemed to be okay. He said he'd been taking the drug for about a week and a half. I get a lot of tremendously positive news on the hydroxy. What do I have to lose? He said. I've heard many stories.
He's lying. He's not taking it.
Trump's announcement.
The White House physician released a statement yesterday because people said he is. But my guess is they're giving him a sugar pill.
The physician said, I didn't prescribe it. If he's taking it, he's taking it on his own.
Dr. Scott Solomon, a professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, said Trump's decision to try the drug is up to him and his physician. But what is irresponsible is the example he is setting. On Monday night, Dr. Manny Alvarez, the senior managing editor for Fox News Health News, Dr. Manny Alvarez, said on air that the president's statement was highly irresponsible and asked what had changed since studies showed the drug had no benefits. Trump said he was first considering taking the drug himself in April, but in recent weeks had notably stopped promoting it. But then he suggested at a news conference that injecting disinfectants into the human body might combat the virus. I wonder if he's tried that yet.
Light, if we could get light on the inside, ultraviolet light of some kind on the inside.
So
he said that.
Yeah.
If you look at the press conference that he was doing, the reason that he said he was taking it is because he was being confronted with a question about it. You know, and I can't recall the question itself, but it was along the lines of, "Come on, really?" And he said, "Oh yeah, I'm taking it. Yeah,
I take it because I hear very good things. I want the people of this nation to feel good. I don't want them being sick. And there's a very good chance that this has an impact, especially early on." He started taking the drug, he said, 10 days ago. Around the same time, 2 White House aides tested positive for coronavirus. I'm not going to get hurt by it. It's been around for 40 years for lupus and for other things. White House physician Sean Conley released a statement that linked Trump's decision to take the drug to the support staff who tested for the virus, an apparent reference to the president's personal valet. After numerous discussions he and I had regarding the evidence for and against the use of hydroxychloroquine, we concluded the potential benefit from treatment outweighed the relative risks, his physician said. He also said the president is in good health and is symptom-free. So apparently,
but you're right. Nowhere in there does it say I prescribed this to him. Yeah. It says we discussed the benefits and risks. It does not anywhere say I prescribed it to him.
But he didn't say I told him not to do it.
He said we weighed the benefits and risks.
We weighed the benefits and risks and concluded the potential benefit from treatment outweighed the risk.
But nowhere in that letter does it say he's taking it.
It
no,
says...
it doesn't. It says they discussed it. It doesn't say I prescribed this for him. You should pay attention to the fact that it doesn't explicitly say I prescribed him, he is taking this. It says they discussed it.
He doesn't say he prescribed it. We discussed the benefits and the risks, and we decided that the benefits of taking it outweighed the risk. That's the doctor saying, yeah.
And this doctor would never lie, Gina.
Go ahead.
I'm saying there's a reason it doesn't specifically say I prescribed it to him, because I don't think that he did.
I don't think he prescribed it either.
They talked about it.
I think the doctor said, "Okay, go ahead, go ahead." I think he only hires somebody who will confirm what he wants to hear and confirm what he wants to do.
There's my favorite tweet of the day. Somebody said that Trump is in his last days of Elvis part of his presidency, which includes him just surrounding himself with people that say yes and give him drugs.
I just hope he gets to the shooting the television stage. He's this is taking over the media air, and really what we should be talking about is the whole Pompeo story, selling weapons to the Saudis, because that's what this is distracting from.
Yeah. Donald Trump may call himself a genius on Twitter, but his spoken statements say otherwise. An analysis of the president's first 30,000 words uttered in office found that Mr. Trump speaks at a 3rd to 7th grade reading level, lower than any president since 1929. Mr. Trump's vocabulary and grammatical structure is, quote, significantly more simple and less diverse than any president since Herbert Hoover, the analysis found. The comparison is based on interviews, speeches, press conferences for every president dating back to 1929, compiled by online database FactBase. An analyst at FactBase studied the off-script remarks of all 15 presidents, essentially everything but their prepared speeches, to compare and contrast their speaking skills. The most explosive claim from Michelle Wolf's book about Donald Trump was that, I don't know what that is, why that sentence is in there. Analysts ran the records through 8 different tests for vocabulary, complexity, diversity, comprehension level. In every single test, Mr. Trump scored the lowest out of all 15 presidents. Yeah. And did you see this? Father Timothy Pelk in Detroit thought he would have a little fun on Easter and observe social distancing by using a plastic squirt gun to dispense holy water on parishioners.
There you go.
A month later, the priest who serves St. Ambrose Parish in Grosse Pointe Park, Michigan, very wealthy neighborhood, has gone viral after the church posted photos on Facebook in mid-April. There's a meme of Father Tim surrounded by firefighters, dousing a blaze, one of him in front of a Imperial stormtroopers, and another of him standing next to those guys from Pulp Fiction, all 3 with guns raised. But his favorite, Father Pelk says, is a meme portraying him firing at demons in hell, seemingly inspired by the video game Doom. The memes, which have shown up on Twitter and Reddit, have struck both a humorous and spiritual tone during the coronavirus pandemic, he said. In these troubled times, we're looking for something to save us from something, either the virus or loneliness or whatever, the priest said to CNN. So I'm happy to contribute to lightening the mood.
And I've got a drop for this story and the previous story. Yes, it works for both.
One of the wettest we've ever seen from the standpoint of water.
There you go.
Yeah, quite a vocabulary that man has.
It was a reach. Okay.
No, I loved it.
The wettest we've ever seen from the standpoint
of water.
And it certainly is not good.
No, you're right. It's not good. And Donald Trump he's had it. He's had it with Fox News.
He's
done. He's had it. Because
Really?
Neil Cavuto, one of his big supporters,
oh yeah,
when the story came out about Donald Trump taking hydroxychloroquine, Neil Cavuto went bat-ass crazy and said, "What are you doing? You know, you're going to kill yourself. You're stupid. You don't." And in saying he's looking for a new news outlet, he also, by the way, praised Roger Ailes, the deceased founder of Fox News, a great man, a visionary, a wonderful human being. Yeah. So,
Trump TV, it's coming.
it's coming. He's going to buy that OAN and start up Trump TV.
I think in January, my guess is.
I'm hoping.
You can't let that happen to me.
All right, sports weather traffic, Gina.
Brought to you by Cyprus Credit Union, offering home equity line of credit for an introductory rate of 1.99% APR for the first 6 months. Visit them online at cypruscu.com. The NBA Twitter page hosted a live stream with a bunch of former NBA superstars and Hall of Famers, and Karl Malone was among them. And at the end of the broadcast, Carl said, "I need to say this because I know John Stockton, have been talking a lot about it recently. Coach Sloan isn't doing well. And want you guys to pray for Coach Sloan," Carl said. He also showed his appreciation for players. They spent an hour exchanging stories. He's like, "I want to say this, Stock. You already know how I feel about you. I love you to death. I love all the other guys here. You brought out the best in us." But Coach Sloan's been ill for quite a while, Jerry Sloan. I believe he has Lewy body dementia, and I guess he's not doing well. So say your own prayers or good thoughts for Coach Sloan. That's sports. Weather, so it'll be a lot like yesterday. Very windy, sunny, warm, 80 for a high. And then later tonight is when things start to change a little bit. 20% chance of showers tonight. Better chance tomorrow. 70% chance tomorrow, and much cooler. 63 for a high. Traffic. There's that police incident, and we should try to find out some more about that, because
apparently a guy has barricaded himself in his home there. After there was a traffic stop, he somehow eluded that, went to his home, and has barricaded himself in his home in Magna.
7200 West in Magnus closed between 3200 and 28 South in both directions. So avoid that area. That's the only incident we've got going on. A major one, but one you can avoid. And let me know if you see anything else. I will happily pass it along. You can text it to us at 33986. To the Ameritech College of Healthcare May class of 2020, all 188 outstanding nurses, OTAs, and medical assistants, thank you for the memories.
Okay. We are broadcasting live from our homes. Katie is in the main studio coordinating everything, and the COVID won't stop the Utah word of the day.
In these troubled times, we need the Utah word of the day.
So that's coming up, along with Round One of Your Boners, Big Boy News, all coming up. Stand by. Gina, homie.com, HOMIE.com.
Yeah, that's the website, and you know I've been talking about Homie for a while now. They're a tech-based real estate company helping you save thousands, and I love a lot of things about Homie, but one of the things I'm loving about them right now is their commitment to up to $100,000 that they're going to give to the United Way. This is establishing the Homie Fund to assist those impacted by COVID-19 to avoid home foreclosure, pay rent, utility bills, just generally help folks out. For every home bought with Homie over the next 90 days, they will donate $500 to that fund. Homie's first priority is to keep our community safe. Homie makes it safe and easy to buy or sell your home. Your dedicated Homie agent can show you a home right from your couch through a live video chat. How can you get started? Well, just text Gina, that's Gina, to 88588 to buy or sell with Homie. Stay safe and save thousands.
Soldier for a Day.
I've neglected my fatherly duties all day today. I try to help with the homework. Now, my lovely wife here does it most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I try to do 2 days a week.
Thursday's your day.
And Thursday's usually my day.
And here you are at work.
And here it is Thursday. Now, part of what we have to do for reading, for homework, is read for 20 minutes. So you guys all ready for 20 minutes of, of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
We could do 5 minutes. How about that?
He's on chapter 4.
He's on chapter 4?
But he was concerned that maybe we should start at chapter 1 so that everybody would...
I'd be lost if you started in the middle.
Oh, come on. We all know. Augustus Gloop, man. We all know.
We haven't gotten to Augustus Gloop yet.
Oh, where have you gotten
So what are we
to?
going to do? We're going to start with chapter 1? Well, we'll start with chapter 4.
Start with chapter 4. Don't worry about us. We'll catch up.
We'll catch up.
If we have any questions, we'll stop Dad. And
okay.
All right.
Gina might need a little bit of explanation.
Yeah,
I could probably do that. Right?
I've never read it.
Gina's kind of slow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, little Bill. It's so hard to call him that because that's
why
really...
that's his name.
Yeah. Go ahead. Start. You can start right now. Go ahead.
Okay. The next evening, Grandpa Joe went on with his story. You see, Charlie, he said, not so very long ago, there used to be thousands of people working in Mr. Willy Wonka's factory.
Mm-hmm.
And one day, all of a sudden, Mr. Wonka had to ask every single one of them to leave, to go home and to never come back.
Wow.
But why? Asked Charlie. Because of spies.
Because of outsourcing.
Spies.
Oh.
Spies.
Spies? Yes, all the other chocolate makers, you see, had been grown jealous of the wonderful candies that Mr. Wonka was making.
Mm-hmm.
They started sending spies in to steal the secret recipes.
Bastards.
You editorialize?
Swearing!
Oh, God. No swearing, Dad.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
People want to hear you read, I think.
What?
They want to hear you read.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bill, when Festus and I read, he reads a little, and then I read a little.
Yeah.
And...
All right, you want me to read a little bit of this?
Go ahead, read a little bit, sure.
Then something astonishing happened. One day, early in the morning, thin columns of white smoke were seen to be coming out of the tops of the tall chimneys of the factory. People in the town stopped and stared. What's going on? They cried. Someone's lit the furnaces. Mr. Wonka must be opening up again. They ran to the gates, expecting to see them open wide. It was a request, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
People wanted to hear Bill read.
I don't know.
Oh, it's homework.
Oh, it's
all
homework.
right.
We
well,
better
okay.
get back to
we
that.
better
Okay,
get to it.
all right.
Get back to reading.
All right.
Get back to the sweatshop. Get sewing those shoes.
We'll get back to reading.
What?
Carrie needs some new Nikes. You kids get to work.
I was thinking today how much just this moment one of our interns, the organized intern Sarah, and I was thinking, I wonder how much it would cost me to hire her
For what?
as my personal assistant.
Here we go.
What?
You need a personal assistant.
Sure, I'd love one. I would love one. I think a personal assistant would do a lot of good things for me.
Like what? Do you have dry cleaning that needs picking up?
Yes.
You have a hard time getting around to picking up your dry cleaning?
Sometimes, as a matter of fact, I do. I have any number of organizing things that need to be done all the time. I need. It would be very nice to have somebody to post a bunch of social media stuff for me. At my direction, but actually do the work of it. It would be very nice to have somebody I could call up and say, I don't have time to go to the grocery store. I'm forwarding you my list. Please send it. Please do it. See, she's not. You know what I mean. There's any number of things.
You want to go to the store for Bill?
And she would love to. She would love to do it. She's nodding right now. But A, I don't know as I could really afford her, and B, I like her, and so I'm not sure that I want her to be on the receiving end of me saying, "What do you mean you didn't?"
Yeah,
things like that.
You would end up yelling at her.
Well, just we have to break here. But speaking as someone who has an assistant,
What do you need an assistant for?
Here
we go.
I feel bad having her do things.
That's what I'm saying.
And so I'm not utilizing her enough.
You pay her?
I do.
Then don't feel bad. That unless she's the sort of person who goes, okay, I'll get right on that.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, if it's that sort of thing, then I need a different assistant. So see, Sarah would go, that's right. Right, Chief. As a matter of fact, I would insist. I'm paying you. Say right, Chief, after everything I say.
What I need is a personal assistant that I don't like.
Yeah,
that's what I need.
How do you find that?
That's the problem I think I would run into. I like Sarah
because my assistant Nicole, I like her. I like Sarah. There's no way that I could put her to work as I need. It just anyway.
I could. I just wouldn't want to yell at her. Yeah,
And you would.
Maybe.
Eventually.
Maybe.
All right, let's get this over
Chief.
with.
That's what Sarah, would you mind when you're here just saying right, Chief, when I ask you to do stuff? Just for fun?
Okay, it's 7:04 right now as we broadcast live from our homes. I don't know if you heard the dogs were barking during the commercial break.
I wasn't
What's
sure
the
whether
trouble?
those were your dogs. Was there?
Yeah.
They were on the alert, but what alerted them?
I didn't hear. I didn't see what it was. Sue took care of it.
I hope no one's in the house.
It was an aggressive barking. They were. I'm sure that it was the neighbor was outside, and how dare he?
Yeah. Well, he might accidentally step into your yard.
Well, he could easily. Is the thing. Oh, I hate that setup. Okay, let's see. Well, I guess we have to do this, don't we?
Well, in these troubled times, we need the Utah word of the day.
I have a sponsor, and they didn't specifically request to be a sponsor.
Well, I don't
for
know.
this
You
feature.
shouldn't. I don't think you should do that to them.
But
isn't there something else they could sponsor? I mean, I don't want to alienate any clients. In these troubled times, we need all the clients we can get.
Well, and it's a local client, and it's a good cause, actually.
What's that?
For decades, the Downtown Farmers Market has been a place to connect with our community, meet the people that grow our food, celebrate Utah's agricultural heritage. Right now, the future of the Downtown Farmers Market is at risk. Learn more and donate by visiting slcfarmersmarket.org.
Great, Gina. Great. Now we put the Downtown Farmers Market at even more risk by having them sponsor the Utah Word of the Day.
Well, I just got a text here. Will you guys please ease into the word of the day during these difficult times?
Well, in these troubled times,
in
these difficult and troubled times, we need to ease into it. So,
I think we need to get rid of our regular background music and just have the sad piano music through all 5 hours of the show.
During these troubled times?
Yeah, during these troubled.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
Or words, I guess, today. Prowl and crowl. Well, we have 2 words for you to consider. Prowl and crowl. We're fairly certain these words were submitted by a listener, but we've lost the email that contained the words prowl and crowl. So if you sent them to us at radiofromhell@x96.com, please make yourself known to us. There's no way we should have to take all the heat for this. Remember, if you have a Utah Word of the Day suggestion, please send them to us. Now, on with it. Here are LeVar and LeGrand to use the words prowl and crowl as they speak with one another in this bit of natural, everyday conversation. Again, the words are prowl and crowl.
Well, you know, it seems as though things are trying to get back to pre-COVID normal in these troubled times, LeVar. I was thinking I might go out for some relaxation or maybe even some entertainment.
Yeah, it gets pretty boring just visiting each other from our doors and front porches in these troubled times. I mean, I come over to your house and stand on your porch while you talk to me from the doorway, and then you come over to my house and stand on my porch while I talk to you from my doorway. Not hardly enough to keep our minds engaged, is it?
Well, as much as I like your company in these troubled times, I need to do some other stuff to keep my mind sharp. Something intellectually stimulating, you know, like, I don't know, axe throwing or pickleball or something like that. You know what I mean?
I do. I always find it sharpens my mind to bowl a few lines or play some cornhole. Seems like I haven't been out to do nothing of that forever. But do you think it's safe to get out and engage in that kind of intellectual stimulation? I don't want to endanger my excellent health or the relatively good health of my loved ones.
Well, you're right. I mean, even if I decide to do some of my intellectual pursuits, I'll wear a mask, of course.
Well, good, but I know you like to swim. You going to wear a mask while you're swimming?
Maybe. I might try it. I mean, pretty soon I'll be wearing a mask no matter what I do. Mask 24/7.
Well, the more you can cover your face, and I mean cover it area and length of time, the better for all of us.
Hardy har har. See, you ain't lost your sense of humor in these troubled times. Well, anywho, I'm not sure about going out. I mean, as far as I know, the COVID beast is still very much on the prowl. I mean, it really is like some creature, isn't it? Prowling around the town, making people afraid, making people sick.
Yeah, it's a monstrous thing. You're right, my friend. I'm not going to feel safe either until I feel pretty sure that the sciences can get a handle on it. Someone will have to crowl it.
Yep, and they will. I am most certain. Them guys like Fauci and them other ones, well, they'll keep a watch on old COVID as long as it's on the prowl. And then the second Trump makes the vaccine, they'll lead it right into the crowd.
That's right. COVID's prowling days will be over, and it will die forever in the Donald J. Trump crowd.
Amen to that, brother. And then it's pickleball and axe throwing to our heart's content.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
And there you have it. If you have suggestions for the Utah word of the day, please, if you want to tell the Utah word of the day where to go in these troubled times, or if you want to make suggestions for Utah words of the day, please send them to radiofromhell@x96.com. You can also use that email to suggest that we just please stop.
And this one is always been the word prowl has always been one, because I always heard it on the prowl, but then I also had a cousin named Prowl.
Yeah.
How did Prowl spell Prowl's name? Just like that?
P-R-A-L-L, yeah.
Yep. Was that
Hazel's kid? Yeah.
I'm trying to think of
Pratt
and Laprille.
No, Pratt and Hazel.
Oh, Pratt and Hazel. Wasn't there a Laprille
well,
somewhere?
Laprille was Pratt's wife after Hazel died.
That's right.
Hazel died in a
These
snowmobile.
aren't characters. These are Carrie's family.
These are my family. My Aunt Hazel died in a snowmobile accident. And then there was a few years later, Pratt was one of the desirable bachelors in Loa.
Yeah.
Fremont.
Sure.
And
well, he had land.
Yeah, he did. And so Laprille sided on up there and
Listen, I got that. I got it. My family too. I got Radcliffe and Vonda, my grandparents, and then Uncle Elt. And
Was
I
Elt
got
short for something?
I think Elton, Uncle Elt, but that's what everybody just called him, old Uncle Elt down there. Grandpa Duke,
Grandpa Duke. That's a good name.
Duke's good. Now I'm getting reports that they understood prowl, but they didn't get what crowl was.
A corral. You got to corral it. You got to
corral.
Corral.
Yeah.
Corral.
It's like you put your horses in the corral. What's the matter with you people?
Well, I don't think there was any necessary metaphor about herding.
Yeah, it says old COVID is prowling around, and they're going to have to corral it.
That's what I mean. If you'd have said herded it into the corral, maybe.
I'm not going to criticize Utah Word of the Day
saying,
because I got in trouble for that.
It'll die forever in the Donald J. Trump corral. I mean, perhaps I could have made it slightly more specific. But if you people would like to write it again, I would urge you to do it.
Are you urging people to submit entire scripts for
Yes,
Utah
sure.
Word of the Day?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Please
that would be
do.
great.
In these troubled times, we could use entire scripts of Utah Word of the Day.
All right. Traffic, Gina.
The traffic is below the posted speed limit on I-15 southbound through Clearfield in the construction zone. It's the portion of the freeway that splits. The right side of I-15 is the one that's seeing the delay there. Crash at the top of the connector ramp from westbound 201 freeway to go southbound I-215 west belt. Right lane and shoulder are blocked. And haven't heard an update on that police incident in Magna, but I would stay away from 7200 west in Magna. It's closed between 3200 and 28 south. Both directions avoid that area. Looks like that's it. If you want to send us in something, you can. 33986.
Okay. We do have round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that, along with some big boy news. What are our candidates?
The boner candidates are, I had to get my nails done. Boner candidate number 2, I just love everybody so much. And boner candidate number 3, I hope you end up in my hospital someday.
Okay, round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up right after these. X96.
I was thinking today how much just this moment one of our interns, the organized intern Sarah, and I was thinking, I wonder how much it would cost me to hire her
For what?
as my personal assistant.
Here we go.
What?
You need a personal assistant.
Sure, I'd love one. I would love one. I think a personal assistant would do a lot of good things for me.
Like what? Do you have dry cleaning that needs picking up?
Yes.
You have a hard time getting around to picking up your dry cleaning?
Sometimes, as a matter of fact, I do.
I have any number of organizing things that need to be done all the time. I need, it would be very nice to have somebody to post a bunch of social media stuff for me. At my direction, but actually do the work of it. It would be very nice to have somebody I could call up and say, I don't have time to go to the grocery store. I'm forwarding you my list. Please send it. Please do it. See, she's not. You know what I mean. There's any number of things.
You want to go to the store for Bill?
And she would love to. She would love to do it. She's nodding right now. But A, I don't know as I could really afford her, and B, I like her, and so I'm not sure that I want her to be on the receiving end of me saying, "What do you mean you didn't?"
Yeah,
things like that.
You would end up yelling at her.
Well, we have to break here. But speaking as someone who has an assistant,
What do you need an assistant for?
Here
we go.
I feel bad having her do things.
That's what I'm saying.
And so I'm not utilizing her enough.
You pay her?
I do.
Then don't feel bad. That unless she's the sort of person who goes, okay, I'll get right on that,
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, if it's that sort of thing, then I need a different assistant. So see, Sarah would go, that's right. Right, Chief. As a matter of fact, I would insist. I'm paying you. Say right, Chief, after everything I say.
What I need is a personal assistant that I don't like.
Yeah,
that's what I need.
How do you find that?
That's the problem I think I would run into. I like Sarah
because my assistant Nicole, I like her. Yeah. I like Sarah. There's no way that I could put her to work as I need. It just anyway.
I could. I just wouldn't want to yell at her.
Yeah,
and you would.
Maybe
eventually.
Maybe.
All right, let's get this over
Chief.
with.
That's what Sarah, would you mind when you're here just saying right, Chief, when I ask you to do stuff, just for fun?
Okay, it is 7:21 right now, and it is time for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet, because round 2 comes up at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there. We'll take the winner of each round and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide Boner of the Day for realsies with Boner Fight. So right now, pick your champion for round 1 to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Someday you'll be able to pick it up. The Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. I just love everybody so much. A Florida woman who kept trying to randomly kiss strangers at a local bar repeatedly called 911 to complain. I think she called 911 repeatedly to complain about the business not practicing coronavirus social distancing guidelines. Police said that Audra Adams called 911 a total of 5 times from the Monkey Bar and Grill in Florida, which is open, serving both food and drinks, as is allowed under Phase 1 of reopening in Florida. During the 4th time she called, officers were already at the business, and on the 5th time, officers were speaking to her as she called 911.
They're not answering my questions in person fast enough.
The owner of the bar said Ms. Adams was inside trying to kiss random strangers and customers. After multiple people complained, he asked her to leave. She initially argued and refused until she eventually made her way out the front door. When asked about why she called 911 so many times, Adams said the bar wasn't following health guidelines. They weren't social distancing. But you were trying to kiss. Well, I just love everybody so much. Boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2. Yeah, well, I had to get my nails done. A Baltimore woman is accused of leaving her 2 children locked in a car while she sat inside a county nail salon. Police charged Keontae Moody with 2 counts of leaving children unattended. Officers were forced to break the back seat window of her vehicle and rescue the 3-year-old and 3-month-old.
Oh, baby!
Who were there alone in the car. They suspect they had been locked in the car for an hour. Well, they were safe. I locked the door. God. Officers found Ms. Moody inside the first-class nail salon.
Well, at least she's going to the
Randallstown.
first-class one.
And then you know how long it's been since she's had a manicure.
I haven't had one in months.
We're still in a pandemic.
Katie and I are showing you.
We're still in a pandemic. We still don't have the solutions to the problem. Getting your nails done should not supersede the safety of your family, your kids, and others who you put yourself in contact with, said Sergeant Vicky Warheim. Listen, Sergeant Warheim, get your priorities straight, okay? Boner candidate number 2, I had to get my nails done. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3, yeah, I hope you end up in my hospital.
All right, it's Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
The Gateway wants to welcome you back. Where you're shopping, dining, or strolling, you'll find increased cleaning protocols, safely spaced seating, and dedicated pathways to help keep you safe. Visit thegateway.com to learn more at thegateway.com.
Ryan Seacrest did not suffer a stroke. He did not have a stroke on American Idol. That's according to his representative, who spoke out after a clip from the show left viewers worried about Ryan's health.
Uh-oh.
Let me. I have the audio. Let me find it.
Yeah, I
here.
want to hear it.
Yeah, the talent show's 18th season wrapped up on Sunday during a remote finale. Seacrest was hosting from home because of the coronavirus pandemic. And near the end of the broadcast, Seacrest, described here as a seasoned on-air personality, seemed to struggle.
What season is he?
Seemed to struggle with his speech, and his right eye appeared to shut. Do you have it?
Yeah, it's more almost visual than
I think
anything.
so, yeah.
But he does mumble an awful lot. So here we go.
Of the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin, along with our top 11, is Cynthia Erivo. Cynthia Erivo and the top 11 right there. Catch her playing Aretha Franklin on the National Geographic Women's Series Genius Aretha premiering this fall.
What?
Now, coming to you live, and we have the final 2 results.
And then he recovers. But yeah, his one eye is bigger than the other, and he seemed to. I don't know. I mean, he's been doing an awful lot of work. So
several viewers were worried that he had suffered a stroke. Seacrest's representative told People magazine that's not the case. He has been feeling the effects of stress, but Ryan didn't have a stroke. Like many people right now, he's adjusting to the new normal and finding work-home balance with the added stress of having to put on live shows from home. But he'll be able to handle it because he's a seasoned, and I checked, Gina, it's a lemon pepper,
that
a
makes sense.
seasoned on-air personality.
Because he's doing American Idol, and he still does Kelly and Ryan.
And he does his countdown show, and I think he's still doing his radio show. I mean,
it's a lot.
Well, in these troubled times, we need as much Ryan as we can get.
And by the way, people are giving Kelly a hard time about how
Kelly
much
Lee Crosby,
Kelly Ripa, about how much
Who?
makeup she is or is not wearing on her show.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's at home doing.
What, does she not have makeup?
She has some, but she's like, I'm not going to go crazy with the makeup while I'm home. And the fact that people would complain about it. Thank God no one's complaining about my makeup. I haven't had eyelashes for 3 months.
I'm sickened by that, by the way.
I know.
Can't stand to look at you. An armed man accused of shooting at officers is being sought by police in Magna. Salt Lake police confirmed an officer conducted a traffic stop last night. The driver brandished a gun. The suspect fled from police on I-215 in a silver Dodge Charger. No plates on the car. Pursuit ensued. He also shot at officers at one point, dispatch confirmed. Officers lost him. He was spotted again at approximately 4:20 in the morning in Magna. Police confirmed the suspect is barricaded near 7200 West 30th South. Police consider the man to be armed and dangerous because, he fired shots. They're warning the public to stay away. SWAT team is on scene, and traffic is blocked off in both directions because of that standoff. The Inspector General fired by Donald Trump was investigating why Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State, fast-tracked an $8 billion arms deal with Saudi Arabia and its allies, it was revealed yesterday. The firing of Steve Linick was allegedly linked to an investigation over the administration's use of an emergency declaration to sell weapons without congressional approval, because it's important for the Saudis to continue to rain bombs on Yemen and kill civilians. It's important for them to do that. And it's important for Raytheon, the American company that makes those bombs, to have its workers employed. The State Department's top watchdog was sacked late Friday with initial reports that he was investigating Mike Pompeo for ordering subordinates to walk his dog and run personal errands like picking up dry cleaning. And Mr. Ingalls said that Mr. Pompeo personally made the recommendation to fire the Inspector General because Linick had opened an investigation into wrongdoing by Pompeo himself. I've learned that there may be another reason for IG Linick's firing. His office was investigating, at my request, Trump's phony emergency declaration so that he could send Saudi Arabia weapons, Mr. Ingalls said. We don't have the full picture yet, but it is troubling that Secretary Pompeo wanted Linick pushed out. It was initially stated that he was investigating Pompeo's use of taxpayer dollars to hire people or to use his staff to walk his dog, pick up his dry cleaning, to do personal chores for him.
Dishes.
Even his own security, his Secret Service people have joked that they are essentially Uber Eats with guns.
Well,
Gary,
President
can you
Trump.
find the president where he says, "Well, if his wife's not home, somebody has to do the dishes"? Can you find that?
President Trump. He preferred for government employees to wash Secretary of State Pompeo's dishes if his wife or child aren't present. So if his wife or his kids aren't there to wash the dishes, he can't do it. He has to be doing important work, said the president. The president was responding to the question about Pompeo recommending that Trump fire a State Department inspector general who was investigating his misuse of government resources. But as it turns out, this is just small potatoes. Apparently, the inspector general, Linick, he had looked at some of that stuff, but that's minor compared to this other stuff about Saudi
Fast-tracking
Arabia.
arms deal.
And bombs and all of that. Utahns say that they don't believe President Trump is doing a very good job handling the coronavirus pandemic. President Trump and the Utah State Legislature don't get good marks, either one of them, about the handling of the coronavirus, a new UtahPolicy.com Channel 2 news poll shows. Governor Herbert, local and town officials, local health departments, and local businesses get fine ratings in fighting the pandemic. So people, when surveyed, they think Governor Herbert is doing a pretty good job. But the legislature, they don't think they're doing great.
Well,
with
because
this.
that's the hydroxychloroquine purchase thing.
Yeah, those sweetheart deal, and others. There are others as well. The money that Utah has spent on pandemic-related items, they've all been done through, hey, I know a guy kind of deals, rather than competitive bidding. Now, the argument is we don't have time for competitive bidding. That doesn't mean you can't vet things a little better.
Exactly.
You maybe you don't get competitive bidding, but you want to make sure that the people you're dealing with know what the hell they're doing.
I mean, at the very least, Google them. I mean...
Let's see, this is good news. The first coronavirus vaccine to be tested in people appears to be safe and appears to be able to stimulate an immune response against the infection, according to its manufacturer, Moderna, offering a glint of hope to a world desperate for ways to stop the pandemic. The preliminary findings in the first 8 people who received 2 doses of the experimental vaccine now have to be repeated in larger tests to hundreds and then thousands of people to find out if the vaccine can work in the real world. Moderna's technology involving genetic material from the virus called mRNA is relatively new and has yet to produce any approved vaccine. The promising early news from sent Moderna's stock soaring, as you might expect. Stocks were also lifted by statements from the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, that the central bank will continue to support the economy and markets. The Kaysville City Council has said we do not support Mayor Witt's decision to open up a park for a concert on May 30th.
And I think that means they can stop it. I think
The council
they can override her.
is poised to pass a resolution on Thursday to disavow her actions and make it clear that any concert will be an unsanctioned protest proceeding without official city permission. So that says to me they don't think they can stop it. All they can do is protest it.
Well, they should really try harder, because if you look at the way that this show is put together, it is music, yes, but it's also speeches in between. It's a political rally.
Yeah, but they don't think they have the power. The only, as far as I've seen, the one place that could overrule her is the Davis County Commission.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get them on the phone.
The commissioners could do it.
Because don't you need permits to do this? So can't permits be revoked?
Well, I don't. The mayor has certain powers to issue permits, and now maybe I think the next level
health
is
department.
Maybe. John Swan Adams, a member of the city council, said the group believes that the mayor misled them about the event. He said the mayor led the council to believe initially that the event would be a peaceful protest for a couple of hundred people, and we should keep our police and officials out of harm's way by keeping them at arm's length throughout the whole thing. This is really backfiring on Katie Witt. I don't know what her chances were of, she's running for Congress to take Rob Bishop's seat against other Republicans, and I don't know what her chances were before this. She obviously did it to boost her image and promote herself. I think it's ending up backfiring on her, and I think it shows you where most people are when it comes to opening things up for the the pandemic. I think most people are happy to be way more cautious than even a lot of government officials are. And I think it shows you too. You can open things up, but then is it a matter of will people then start going, or will they stay away?
All right. Weather, traffic.
So kind of like yesterday, windy and very warm, 80 for a high today, and sunny. Then tonight is when things start to change a little bit. We'll have a slight chance of showers this evening. And tomorrow, better chance of showers, 70%, and much cooler, 63 for a high. Traffic, we've got 5600 west, extra congested this morning. Delays stretch north from 3100 to 21st south. Drivers can't take 7200 west due to a closure. Traffic is below posted speed limit on I-15 southbound through Clearfield in the construction zone. This is a portion of the freeway which splits, and the right side of I-15 is seeing that delay there. And let me check one other place for you. Nope, looks like that's it. And message stream, nobody sent anything in recently except for, this one. New construction barrels on Highway 89 in Willard. Thank you, whoever sent that in via text at 33986. Iconoclad has a variety of washable and filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or at their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
All right, here is, in these troubled times, boner candidate number 3. I hope you end up in my hospital someday. Fort Myers, Florida. This is in Georgia. A Georgia doctor threatened police officers for pulling him over, according to police. The cops say that it happened yesterday morning. No, it happened Thursday morning. Doesn't matter when it happened. Recently. It happened recently in these troubled times when a Roswell police officer conducting a speed enforcement activity on a Georgia state highway pulled over Dr. Robert O'Connor, who was going over the speed limit by 23 miles per hour. Police say Dr. O'Connor stated that he was trying to get to his tee time, and he was running late. His golf. He's running late for his tee time. The Roswell officer gave Dr. O'Connor a ticket for speeding, at which point Dr. O'Connor said, I hope I get you in my operating room someday. I'll take care of you good. The officer noted that this was made in a sarcastic, threatening manner. Police say Dr. O'Connor proceeded to call a neighboring jurisdiction, the Sandy Springs Police Department, and spoke to an officer there about the ticket. Police say Dr. O'Connor said, I hope one of your officers ends up in my hospital. I'll make sure that they get overly medicated.
Oh.
Officers at Sandy Springs immediately notified the hospital he was working at, and hospital officials said, well, Dr. O'Connor's now fired. He can't work here anymore. Boner candidate number 3. I hope you end up in my hospital someday.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. I just love everybody so much. It's a woman who tried to kiss strangers in a bar. She was not having much success getting anybody to kiss her back, so she called 911 and reported the bar for not observing social distancing. And she was, in fact, talking to police officers who arrived. She was talking to 911 when the cops were there questioning her. Boner candidate number 2, well, I had to get my nails done. A woman locked her 3-year-old and 3-month-old children in a car while she went into the first-class nail salon to have her nails done. And boner candidate number 3, I hope you end up in my hospital, the doctor in Georgia.
Here we go. This is round one of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Because you see, if it wins here, it's the winner of round one. It's not boner of the day yet. Round two happens at 8:20. We'll do this again, three different candidates. We'll take both of these winners of each round, and put them together at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day for real with Boner Fight. So right now, pick your champion of round one. Who should go forward, 1, 2, or 3? Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, that's all we need in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or you can call, use your voice to vote, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting May 19, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round one.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package from my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quietly, Hi, he's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say,
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hanson. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Gwen for it. Run! On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders.
Okay, it is 7:46. Time to award round one of your boners.
And that is brought to you in part by a Vietnamese noodle pork salad.
And Diversion Eatery offers brunch weekends from 11 to 3. Try the steak and egg poutine with a Bloody Mary or mimosa. Open daily for dine-in or take-out, 535 North 3rd West. See menu online at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number one. I just love everybody so much. Woman going into a bar in Florida trying to kiss everyone. And when that was not successful, she decided she would call 911 numerous times and report the bar for not maintaining proper social distancing. Boner candidate number two, well, I had to get my nails done. That's why I locked my 3-year-old and my 3-month-old children in the car. I locked the car before I went into first-class nail salon. What more must a mother do? And boner candidate number three, I hope you end up in my hospital. A doctor in Georgia, pissed off because he was speeding to make his tee time at the golf course. He got pulled over, and he threatened the officer, essentially, saying, I hope you end up in my hospital. I'll make sure you get over-medicated. Let's see. The winner, boner candidate number two. Well, I had to get my nails done.
Okay, there's your winner. That's your round one winner. It goes forward now to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Round two at 8:20 coming up here in just a little bit over a half hour. We'll have three different candidates. We'll get a winner there. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That is when you will decide Boner of the Day. On the phone, we have Nate McDonald.
Hey, Nate. How you doing?
Hi.
I'm doing well. How are you this morning?
Well, we're good. Nate is on the coronavirus task force for the state of Utah, and we've been speaking with Nate every week about how things are going. The governor's made the decision to open up large portions of the state even further. Yellow is the category, which means almost. Does that mean almost back to normal, Nate? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's low risk. So getting closer, but we're still in low risk.
However, Salt Lake City, orange, still staying orange, as is West Valley City, I think Magna.
Magna as well, yeah.
Yep.
Summit County.
So I mean, that tells us that there are still problems, coronavirus problems, very concentrated in those areas. But the feeling is in other parts of the state and right around those areas, it's not as bad. How do we keep things from spreading from an area like Salt Lake City out into the yellow areas?
Well, I think the last 3 weeks that I've come on with you guys, there's been at least one boner candidate that doesn't use common sense and personal responsibility when it comes to social distancing and hygiene. So really that's the big thing we're asking people is using common sense and personal responsibility and just looking at some of these basic social distancing practices and guidelines that have been put out there for us to follow to help us to be able to continue to progress. And that's the hope, is that we're able to continue to progress move forward. And I think it is important to point out that this isn't a one-size-fits-all. The state, our leaders, the local leaders, they really are looking at each area, looking at the data, looking how each area is responding and the different challenges in those areas. And if an area needs to stay in orange, it stays in orange. If the data shows that an area can move to yellow, then it's moving to yellow. So it's important for us to be informed about this so we know where we're at, where we're going, whether it's in yellow or orange, and what those guidelines are.
We talk about, and the governor's talked about it, you've talked about it, it's being like a dimmer switch. You gradually turn things up. I'm just curious what happens if in 2 weeks, when data starts coming in after this, we see problems, we see spikes, we see more deaths or more illnesses reported. How do you turn that switch back down when stuff is open?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely something we're going to be watching, and we know that is a potential risk, and it's something that if we have to dial down, we have to dial down. Just but the hope is that we can continue to move forward with that progress. But that's where the data comes in. We're watching the data closely to be able to help us understand. But it's important to know also the data that we're watching, because it's not just about more deaths or more people having the virus. It's about, because we're testing more and more every day, it's more about the ratios and the percentages that we're seeing people who are testing positive with the number of people. And as long as that percentage isn't increasing, and we're also not seeing a higher increase in the transmission rate, that's where we are feeling more comfortable. And then also we're watching the hospitals. Some of the areas where we've seen some potential challenges is it's more about the hospital capacity as well. So those are the things we're really watching.
Is that why Summit and Wasatch counties are still in orange?
Yeah, it's a combination of those areas where we're not seeing some of the areas trend down as quickly as others, and some of them also just want to make sure that they're in orange a little bit longer to be able to make sure that they're seeing a good trend of the numbers decreasing as well. And so that's why a couple of them held back. Grand County, for example, they stayed in orange, and a big part of it is until their national parks are opened up. That's what they really want to time it out when they open up with their national parks. So we expect them to be moving into yellow sooner than later as well when those open up.
But how hard is it to track cases when you're dealing with a tourist destination like Grand County? If people are coming in and out of there all the time, then they go back home to California or Nevada or wherever and get tested there, and then they're counted as part of that population, but they were in our state possibly infecting people while they were here. Isn't that a hard way, especially in those tourist areas, to track numbers?
Yeah, no, definitely, and I think that's where you're seeing, out-of-state travel is definitely more limited, and we're not seeing as much of that being encouraged. But you're right, it is a challenge, and that's where each of the where we're looking at each organization, business, tourist destination has the responsibility to be able to really maintain and practice, the social distancing guidelines in order to be able to open up. And if we don't do that, then you're right, we're going to have some setbacks. And so this is something where, everyone is needing to step up and do their part.
Would it be helpful if just everybody got tested, symptoms or no?
It would be helpful, just the capacity is also a challenge. And so right now where we do have capacity to definitely test anyone who is showing any type of symptoms, but then to just say anyone, everyone, you end up flooding it where those who have symptoms may not be able to get in and test it as soon as they need to. So it's definitely doing it when you have any signs of a symptom, then you definitely want to make sure you're getting tested.
Yeah, I mean, one of the people who works with us, she's in the studio now. She had a sore throat last week, and thought, well, I don't think I have it, but I'm going to get tested. And there was no problem with her getting a test. Just because she had a sore throat and was kind of congested. And she did, in fact, test negative, so which was good. What are What do you advise people with high risk conditions?
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the things that are going to hold us back a little bit is we are very concerned about those who are high risk. As you watch the numbers, those who are where we've had the increase in where most of the people who have died from the coronavirus, they are in that high risk category, and so we're paying special attention to those, and really things haven't changed much for those who are high risk, even from red to orange or red to yellow. It's still the guidelines, and what we're asking high-risk individuals to do is really limit their outside travel or who they're visiting and where they're going, and making sure they're practicing extreme social distancing wherever possible. And employers, we're asking employers to make special considerations for those who are high risk as well, and that's very important right now, especially as we start opening things back up. And so really not much has changed from even red to yellow for those who are high risk.
Yeah, I'm not really considered high risk, but I have friends and relatives saying, we'd appreciate it if you just act like you are and stay away. Nate McDonald, Utah Coronavirus Task Force, thanks for joining us, and we'll talk to you probably next week.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nate. Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, we do have some issues to tell you about. Crash I-15 southbound in Clearfield in the road construction zone. It's what's slowing everyone down there. Cars are clear and delays should ease, but that might cause you a little bit of issue there. 5600 West is extra congested this morning. Delays stretch north from 31st to 21st South. Drivers can't take 7200 West due to a closure. Crash southbound I-15 at 44th North in Lehigh. The right shoulder is affected there. And it looks like that's about it. If you see something you want friends of the program to be aware of, you can always text it to us at 33986. Moochie's would like to thank our loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
All right, we got round two of your boners, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for all of that. Gina, Volkswagen Southtown.
Yes, the car Festus and I are driving most recently is really pretty. It's the 2020 Volkswagen GTI, deep black pearl exterior, Titan black leather with red stitched interior. It's fast and it looks fast and it's fun to drive. And it could be yours, and it might even be easier now with all the great deals they have going on at Volkswagen Southtown. Buy a new car at Volkswagen Southtown, make 0 payments for 4 months. Then Volkswagen Southtown will make 2 more car payments for you. That's no payments for 6 months. Plus, you can get as low as 0% APR for 72 months on approval of credit. That's 0% for 6 years at Volkswagen Southtown. Don't miss out. The rates haven't been this good in years. And you can learn more about it, of course, and about the different cars that Festus and I have been driving and ones you might be interested in. All of that is available at vwsouthtown.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their bishop and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We begin our drama at the Space Bus Depot in Provo as our fine young missionaries-to-be, Lehigh Christiansen and LaRon Butch Jensen, arrive in Happy Valley and await transportation to the MTC.
Hi, I'm Lehigh Christiansen. Isn't this exciting?
Oh, is this your first time in a space bus depot?
No, I mean getting your mission call.
Well, it was either this or a stint in the Space Marines. This way I'm out in 2 years and my parents are still happy.
I've been waiting for this day since I was 8. I've been putting galactic credits into my missionary fund for the past 11 years.
Oh.
I can't wait to get into the field and start finding people to convert.
Wow, you sure are in the right place. Well, my folks promised me a new land speeder if I found some way to avoid getting sent home early.
Oh, looky, there's a droid over there holding a sign with my name on it.
Must be our escort to the MTC.
I am Decon 1. If you will follow me, I will show you to the MTC and get you settled into your quarters there.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Later, we find our strapping young lads in the midst of their indoctrination. Butch has just been told that he will have Lehigh as his companion for the next 2 years.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 years with this guy?
You don't seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect of spending 2 years with me.
I'm not.
Well, I think it's a keen idea.
If you two are through, I would like to commence with your indoctrination. Here at the MTC, you will be given memory-enhancing implants. At the same time, a universal translating device will be placed inside your skull. You'll be outfitted with the latest in missionary technology, a laptop computer which contains the Bible, Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It also serves as a holo projector to allow you to show your prospective converts those wonderful animated tales from the Book of Mormon, which have been loved by millions for centuries. You will also be issued a Mark 32 10-speed bicycle with hyperdrive and one of those cute luggage racks on the back. These bikes are capable of warp 9.3 and have a cruising radius of over 270 parsecs. You will be shown how to properly care for your hyperbike, and you will be responsible for its upkeep. Any questions?
Yeah. Implants? Like inside my head?
Yes.
Keen. When do we start?
Will Butch let the fine folks at the MTC put equipment in his head? Will Lehigh volunteer to do it for them if it'll get him into the field faster? Does the Mark 32 Hyperbike come with a luggage rack standard, or is it a dealer add-on? Tune in next time for the answers to these questions and to hear our elders say...
What you doing, Butch?
Reprogramming my name badge so that instead of Elder LaRon Jensen, it reads Butch.
I think the manual prohibits tampering with the MTC issue equipment.
I'm sure it does. Hey, you want to help me put some fender flares on my bike?
On our next kidney-wrenching episode of Space Elders.
Okay, it's 8:04, and we are broadcasting live from our homes. Katie coordinating everything in the studio in Salt Lake City, and you can watch us at x96.com/live, and you can see our setups and everything. A split screen kind of a deal going there.
You can watch us if you've got the stomach for it. You're frozen, Gina.
I'm frozen?
Yeah, your picture is frozen.
Damn it.
So I'm excited. In these troubled times, we need diversion. We need, and the diversion I'm excited about is they're reopening Graceland in Memphis, Tennessee. Elvis Presley's Graceland.
Such a bad idea.
What?
Yeah.
Carrie,
Have you ever been?
Listen, I know, but I'm going now. I'm going to Graceland.
There's a pretty little thing waiting for the king down in the jungle room.
So I think they're reopening all of it, even the rides. I think they're opening.
There's no rides.
Do you know what's at Graceland? Do you know? It's not just a mansion.
It's not?
No.
What else is there?
It's a complex. It's there are restaurants, there are gift shops, more than one.
Well, of course, that's where you make the money, is the gift shop.
I'm going to go. There are live concerts, all kinds of live concerts all the time, and but the restaurants, that's what I'm really interested in. Graceland has several restaurants. They're going to open up on Thursday and maintain. They say they will maintain, social distancing. They're working everything out, but I think they're even going to open up the restaurants.
They've got gumball machines that are filled with Vicodin.
They do.
For a quarter.
For a quarter? What's the deal?
Graceland is definitely worth seeing, it says here.
I bet it's disappointing.
That's what I hear.
I bet you walk through and go, really?
I hear it's smaller than you think, that it's disappointing, and it's really just horribly decorated, apparently.
Well, that's part of what makes it fun, is that it's horribly decorated.
Can you see the TV he shot out?
That's what I
you can buy Elvis Presley jewelry.
Well, of course.
Elvis Presley clothing.
Are people still into Elvis?
Yes.
Aren't they dying off? I think
No.
they're dying off.
No. Elvis will never die. Elvis is everywhere.
Can we play that for the 10 o'clock song?
Are you sure?
Mojo Nixon?
I don't know if I have a clean version of it.
I was trying to find. I had the restaurants here. There are like 3 different restaurants at Graceland.
Yeah, Blaine says there is a ride at Graceland. It's the Terror Toilet.
I don't think that's very funny. I don't think that's very funny. Elvis had bowel problems caused by the Vicodin.
That's a serious question. Do you get to see the bathroom? Is that part of the tour?
I think.
Would they admit that he died on the toilet? Would they admit that?
Well, it's not something that they really like to.
Because there's and it's true. Penn Jillette does a bit about it. There are people who, to this day, swear up and down Elvis didn't do no drugs.
Really?
And it's a long story about how, it's just like Trump. If you keep saying things enough, you believe them. And in these people's minds, Elvis didn't do no drugs, even though we know he did drugs.
Well, listen, Gina, as recently as January 2019, Rick Springfield visited Graceland.
He did?
Yes. They have a list of all the celebrities who have visited Graceland.
Heather says her 19-year-old son loves Elvis's music.
Really?
Yeah. Which I was with you. I didn't think that, maybe new Elvis fans were being born, but...
No, they are. And Elvis will never die. Yep, they're going to reopen on Thursday.
Corey says Elvis's estate is seeing profits drop as his older fans die off. They're trying to figure out how to connect to younger people for the money.
Well, I think,
Oh, here we go. I found a blog about it.
Okay.
Why aren't you allowed to go upstairs at Graceland? The second floor of Graceland's been locked up like a vault since August of 1977. Today's employees at Graceland, many of whom have served over 20 years, have never stepped foot or breathed the rarefied air of Elvis's private sanctuary. Only Priscilla, Lisa Marie, and the Graceland curator are allowed within its hallowed walls. That's where the bathroom and the bedroom are. So
okay. You're not going to get up there to the Terror Toilet.
Oh, wait, except there was one exception. Can I read this?
Yeah.
Nicolas Cage, a lifelong Elvis fanatic, managed the impossible by using the unique approach of marrying Lisa Marie Presley, Elvis's daughter, His secret visit took place during the week of the 25th anniversary of Elvis's death, at which time he said he sat on the king's throne and laid down on Elvis's bed and tried on a leather jacket.
He did he play Elvis? Oh no, I'm thinking of the Flying Elvises.
Yeah, he dressed up like an Elvis
in Leaving Las Vegas. That's what I'm thinking. I can't find those. I had the restaurants here, and now I can't find them.
When I look out into your eyes out there, when I look out into your faces, you know what I see? I see a little bit of Elvis in each and every one of you out there. Let me tell you, well, Elvis is everywhere. Elvis is everything.
Elvis's bedroom and bathroom are to this day exactly precisely the way he last saw them. Nothing has been touched. Underwear, socks, pajamas, sweaters, gloves, scarves kept in the dresser drawers. That's kind of creepy.
I hope they dust it up there.
It's a shrine.
Cheeseburgers. Elvis is in Nutty Buddies. Elvis is in your mom. He's in everybody. He's in the young, the old, the fat, the skinny, the white, the black, the brown, and the blue. People got Elvis in them too. Elvis is in everybody out there. Everybody's got Elvis in them. Everybody except one person, that is. Yeah, one person. The evil opposite of Elvis. The anti-Elvis. Anti-Elvis got no Elvis in him, let me tell you. Michael J. Fox has no Elvis in him.
You know, you can. There's an RV park and campground right next to Graceland.
Well, that's handy.
Yeah. So.
There's a Flying Elvis's Utah chapter, apparently.
Well, no,
really?
that's what they say in the movie. We're the Flying Elvis's
we're the
Utah chapter.
Oh, I didn't.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't remember that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want to go. Oh, there's a guest house. You can stay at the guest house.
Oh, how much did that cost?
I don't know. Let's see. It's closed right now, but you can stay at the guest house. It's essentially a hotel.
Are they selling coronavirus masks in the gift shop?
No, I don't think
They
so.
should have Elvis-themed masks. They really should.
In these troubled times, we need Elvis more than ever.
They need Elvis's nose and mouth on the mask so that when you put it on,
You look like Elvis.
You have Elvis's nose and mouth.
I'm telling you, it's a place that everyone should visit, and I want to ride the Elvis rides. There's
The
gotta
terror
be some.
toilet. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Traffic, Gina.
Construction barrels have the HOV lane closed both directions around University Parkway in Orem. Traffic is beginning to slow northbound I-15 as cars move over to the right. Crash I-15 southbound in Clearfield. This is also in the road construction zone area. That's what's slowing everybody down there. Crash eastbound Highway 193 out to Syracuse on 2500 West. Crash southbound I-15 4400 North in Lehigh. Let me check our message stream. Nope, people just talking about Graceland. If you want to talk about Elvis or anything you see in the road, look, it's Elvis in the middle of the road. You can text it to us, 33986.
Yes, the coronavirus masks are made of blue suede.
Of course.
I want to get some Elvis socks. Yeah, Elvis rhinestone socks. So
Be uncomfortable.
Well,
Yeah,
they're just
it
up
doesn't
around.
sound soft.
They're just
Yeah.
up around the top of the sock.
Round 2 of your boners coming up. Stand by
Aye.
for that, along with Big Boy News. What do we got?
Here are the candidates. Number 1, we got it right. Number 2, this was no ordinary stick-up. And number 3, shooting yourself in the groin is one way to end the party.
All right, we got round 2 of your boners. We got Big Boy News, all coming up after these. Stand by. RanLife.com.
Ran Life, the local mortgage company, they are happy to discuss with you anything having to do with mortgages or the real estate market, whether you're a customer currently of theirs or not. If you have questions about your mortgage and you feel more comfortable calling a local company, then call Ran Life at 801-478-4500. Rates are very low. It's a great time to refinance your mortgage. If you could probably get a lower interest rate. Check and see what yours is, and then call the loan specialists at Ran Life. There's also a lot of misinformation out there regarding loan payments right now because of the pandemic. Ran Life can answer those questions for you as well. So give them a call, 801-478-4500. They like to talk to you on the phone, and they can handle most of what you need to know or do on the phone. But if you're comfortable going to the website instead, try that. It's ranlife.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! We join our elders as they arrive on Vulcan. They hope to find a cure for Lehi, who is suffering from Ponfar.
Ah, Vulcan, world of logic, place of pointy-eared people. Here I will seek out my mates and find man who killed parents, settle down, and raise pointy-eared offspring.
Knock it off, Lehi. You aren't a Vulcan. I was hoping you only had the 24-hour type of Ponfar. Dang it. Oh, here comes somebody. Excuse me, sir?
Greetings. You are new to Vulcan?
Hi, I'm Elder Spock, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Spock? He is a legend on Vulcan. You mock us by using his name.
Oh, we mean no disrespect. Lehi here is Spock. I mean, they mind melded and something went wrong. Elder Spock here is suffering from Ponfar.
Ponfar? This is almost illogical. We must meet with T'Pau. She will know how to proceed.
This is Spock? He does not look like Spock. Fascinating. So the great son of Vulcan has sent you as his replacement? Joining will go on as scheduled.
Joining? What joining?
My parents chose my mate when I was 7. We were telepathically linked, and now is the time for us to be wed.
Spock was joined with this woman. You haven't even gone to Snellgroves with her. You can't marry her. Talk about breaking the rules.
We are all gathered. We shall proceed. We are here to complete the joining of Spock and T'Pring. Unless there is anyone here who objects, the ceremony will commence.
Excuse me, T'Pau, ma'am, I have a problem with this.
Only Vulcans are allowed to protest. One more word out of you and I will have you removed from this holy place. Now, shall we begin?
I protest.
T'Pring, no. Why?
I have chosen another to be my mate. I choose Elder Jensen.
But I was to be the one you chose.
A challenge has been made. T'Pring has chosen her companion and is her right. Let the combat to the death begin.
Combat? To the death? Oh, come on, Lehi Spock. You know I can take you in a fair fight. Be logical. Give up now before I have to hurt you. Hey, you cut my Mr. Max suit. Why, they ought to teach this at the MTC.
Oh. We have our victor. Elder Spock shall wed T'Pring.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I don't think I can go through with this. You see, I just killed my companion, and we're way out of our sector. My zone leader won't be happy at all. I really should be going.
And I will be free to take Ston as my husband.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Zone Leader Hansen really be upset at Lehi for killing his companion? Will Spock show any emotion when he finds out that his fiancée has married another? Tune into our next episode to hear Butch say...
Hey, man, be careful. Do you have to drag my body all over every rock?
Butch, you're alive!
Shh, keep it down. I faked my death so I wouldn't have to kill you. I'm glad to see you're back to being your old self.
I didn't kill you. I didn't. I don't remember much of anything about the past week, though.
Look, just drag me back to my hyperbike and I'll tell you all about it.
Well, we left the quadrant. What's Zone Leader Hansen gonna say?
Well, maybe we just won't tell him.
Well, that would be the logical thing to do.
Huh?
On the next finger-crossing episode of Space Elders!
8:21. It is time now for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take both of these winners and we'll put them against each other. You will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens, so be ready for that. Right now, you got to pick your champion for round 2. Send one of these 3 forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you random boner voters will receive.
You can't buy it, you can only win it, and someday you will actually be able to pick it up and possess it. The Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
You keep making these claims in these troubled times.
Well, someday is vague enough that I think it's okay.
All right. Boner candidate number 1, we got it right. At least 7 people were arrested and multiple police officers were injured at parties that were held in Florida. According to the New York Post, the parties, which in total hosted more than 3,000 people, were being held for it's a good cause. It's a good, in memory of Kenya Alexander, a black man who was killed in the state in 2008. So I understand that. However, footage was released by the Volusia County Sheriff's Office showing large gatherings at parties during the day and night. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' order amid the coronavirus pandemic advises against these large gatherings. At one of the parties, a 34-year-old man who was drinking with his friends was shot in the foot, which started a riot in the area. The Sheriff's Department released a statement where they said that after the shooting, the party became unmanageable and violence was shown toward officers. The statement said that the police faced multiple issues, including a long gun pointed out a passenger window of a passing vehicle, a loaded gun handed off from one convicted felon to another, agitated crowds of bystanders, bottles, jars, bar stools. It's a melee. It's chaos in Florida. With the now, yes. Are we seeing the breakdown of social order completely? I mean,
well, certainly in this instance.
Isn't Florida always like that? I don't think this is unusual for Florida.
Boner candidate number 1, we got it right. I guess that's the case. Oh, can you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
That's going
They're
right
coming for you, Bill.
It's going up my street. Here's boner candidate number 2. Oh, this was no ordinary stick-up. I hope you can go to x96.com/live and see the pictures. Police in Virginia took to Facebook on Saturday to say that there were 2 shoplifters and they were wearing, for disguise, watermelons on their heads. What? Hollowed out watermelons with eye holes cut in them.
Well, masks are hard to find these days.
They were wearing hollowed out watermelon rinds with these melon heads are shoplifting. Hours later, they said they finally found one of them. Apparently, somebody called the police after seeing these 2 melon heads shoplifting, and somehow recognized one of them. And the police made an arrest. This happened it was at the Sheetz convenience store, and you know what that place is like. The arrest happened a few days ago, but it's pretty funny to see them. But boner candidate number 2, it was no ordinary stick-up. And boner candidate number 3 coming up in a minute. Shooting yourself in the groin is one way to end the party.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2, coming up after this big boy news and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Iconoclad has sold filtered pollution masks for years and now also carries a washable face mask for adults and children. Shop online at iconoclad.com or walk-up window 4th East and 3rd South.
Dropkick Murphys were one of the first bands to stage a digital concert as they streamed their annual St. Patrick's Day concert live. The webcast drew an audience of more than 13 million viewers, raised $60,000 for the Boston Resiliency Fund, which is a nonprofit that provides essential services to Boston residents, including first responders and critical care people, amid the pandemic. So, now that they have announced, now Dropkick Murphys have announced a second live stream performance, they're going to be playing live from Fenway Park, and they will be joined via video by Bruce Springsteen. The concert will be called Streaming Out of Fenway, and it'll happen on Friday, May 29th at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Dropkick Murphys will appear live from an empty Fenway Park, and the band will play on the baseball diamond, and Bruce Springsteen will join via video, and I think they will play together. They'll do some stuff together. I think that's pretty cool.
It'll be interesting.
And I don't know what Disney Springs is. Do you?
That is it's like an outdoor mall. It's a shopping area with restaurants. The House of Blues is there. That's where I did that VR Star Wars thing. It was right next to where we stayed in Disney World.
Disney Springs is they have plans to reopen, and it's probably a blueprint for how they're going to reopen Disney World as well. With the safety and well-being of our guests, cast members, and third-party operating participants at the forefront of our planning, we're eager to begin welcoming you back to this part of Disney World, the Disney Parks blog wrote. While our theme parks and resort hotels remain temporarily closed, the phased reopening of Disney Springs is a welcome milestone. Guests will be asked to park in 2 different garages. Surface lots will be closed. Face coverings required for people 3 years old and up. The masks and coverings will be required for your entire time at Disney Springs, except, of course, when dining. Temperature screenings will be required when guests first arrive, along with anyone with a temperature of 100.4 degrees or higher will be asked to leave or be rescreened. If you receive a second check at 100.4 or higher, you won't be allowed in.
Yeah, and already the Floridians are pissed about the mask thing.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Then don't go.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to go.
You go to the Disney blogs, and it's just filled with hate.
I don't know where
this isn't liberty,
I don't know where I heard it yesterday, but somebody said, what about pants?
What about them?
You have to wear them to go to Disney World. You can't show up in your... I'm serious.
What do you mean I have to wear pants?
You can't mandate... They're saying you can't mandate clothing.
Last time I went to Disney World, I didn't wear pants.
But it's a good point, right? The government can say, sorry, you have to wear a mask if you go...
Well, Disney World can say, sorry, you don't. Yeah, you can't come in. It's our business. It's how we're going to do it.
I had a really good lobster roll at Disney Springs. I don't recall the restaurant. Yeah?
I have an update on that earlier police incident. If you want me to do that.
They got him.
Police in Magna have taken into custody a man suspected of firing shots at police officer late Monday night. Officers from the Utah Highway Patrol Unified Police Department, Salt Lake, West Valley, and Sandy all surrounded the man at the area of 7200 West 30th South. The incident began on northbound I-15 just south of I-80 interchange. This has been going on since 11 o'clock last night, and he was just arrested like 10 minutes ago. He was firing out of the car.
Was he wearing a mask?
It does not say if he was wearing a mask. No one injured, but yeah, driving and shooting a gun.
If you're going to do that in these troubled times, make sure you wear a mask. For the first time, Utah health officials have released case numbers for cities and neighborhoods affected by coronavirus. They show that other than in one tourist town, lower-income communities have been hit the hardest. Park City has seen the highest rate per capita of any city in Utah, with about 1,174 people per 100,000 testing positive for the disease. Park City has a total of 354 cases. Summit County was an early hot spot, Meanwhile, on Monday, Utah confirmed 146 new cases, but no new deaths. That's 4. That marks the first in 4 days without deaths being reported. West Valley City has the very highest number of cases out of any city in the state, with 914. The center of the city has 317, while the east side 450, the west side 147. Salt Lake City neighborhoods, breaking it down by neighborhoods. So Glendale on the west side, it has 918 per 1,000 cases. Sugar House is next, then downtown Salt Lake next, Southeast Liberty neighborhood is next, the Avenues and Foothill, the East Bench and Foothill has the fewest cases. So the East Bench, so the poorer neighborhoods, again, it shows you, poorer neighborhoods are the ones that are the highest or the hardest hit. Let's see. Utah's no bid contracts. Utah's doled out more than $84 million in no bid contracts and supply orders. These procurement shortcuts are necessary because they need to get things done fast, but still, lawmakers and whistleblowers are increasingly demanding answers about how the state has awarded lucrative contracts and stewarded taxpayer dollars during the emergency. We don't know who's calling the shots, who's bringing in the connections, said Representative Andrew Stoddard of Midvale. That's my number one concern, that we're spending taxpayer dollars without any accountability. I think that that's something every Utahn deserves because these are huge amounts of money.
Amen.
For the first time in 128 years, the statue of the angel Moroni is not on top of the Salt Lake Temple. A giant crane brought down the golden statue yesterday so that workers can repair it after the earthquake knocked the trumpet out of Moroni's hand. This has long been planned as part of temple renovation, but the timeline to do it was accelerated following the earthquake in March, said Daniel Woodruff, spokesman for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The statue and capstone will be preserved and refurbished, and then that it will all be installed at a later date. Let's see. William Barr, the Attorney General, has dismissed President Trump's attempts to rebrand the Russia investigation as a criminal plot engineered by former President Barack Obama. So apparently there is some ethical standard that even William Barr doesn't want to cross.
Hard to believe.
He said on Monday that he expected no charges to be brought against either
There's nothing there.
Obama or Vice President Joe Biden as a result of an investigation into how their administration handled Russian election interference. As long as I'm Attorney General, the criminal justice system will not be used, at least in this case, for partisan political ends. Barr
See,
said.
they don't need to bring charges. They don't need to have, all they have to do is just talk about it up until November. That's all they need to do, whether it's true or not. They just keep perpetuating this myth just enough to make people doubt and vote for Trump.
Yep.
Well, you know, more people have been opting to go nude since the coronavirus quarantine.
I have not opted to go
Oh,
nude.
come on. Come on, Gina. We know. We know the second the cameras are off, the clothes come off as well.
Nope.
We know. It's like, woohoo!
I'm more covered up than ever. You see, look at this. Look at that. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I can't really see anything. A UK nudist organization has reported a 100% increase in new members.
Wow.
And the coronavirus pandemic, as isolationists increasingly become comfortable with just letting it all hang out during the lockdown. British Naturism, a group that promotes living everyday life without clothes, gained 210 members over the past 2 months, which is a substantial increase over the pre-pandemic days, while online promotional events have seen more sign-ups than usual. So people are being naked in their home, but they're Zoom meeting, doing the nudist. I don't know. why they.
That's just what I want to do is, get nude in your house.
Yeah.
Nope.
Not sure why that. And a pair of Air Jordans. Did you see these?
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jordan's Air Jordan shoes from his rookie season. Just sold for. This is a pair of used shoes. $560,000.
Wow, I hope it was to a good cause.
No, it was the pair of shoes. Let's see, these were worn in his rookie season. They sold at auction. A private collector bought the vintage shoes. They're not going to release who it is, but there you go.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, the other so Michael Jordan's been in the news a lot lately because of this Last Dance docu-series. And actually, a lot of attention's being paid to the Utah Jazz because they play a big role in his story. And it's the infamous flu game. Mm-hmm. Now, everybody says there was this game during the 97 finals where Michael Jordan either had the flu or there was a rumor that food poisoning. Some Jazz fan in Utah, because he ordered a pizza, and some Jazz fan knew it was for Michael Jordan and did something to his pizza to give him food poisoning. There's no proof any of that ever happened.
No, I don't think there is, but it is true that Michael Jordan had people to walk his dog and do his dishes for him.
That's true, because what if his wife wasn't home? So that's going around, a lot of Jazz stuff. And Karl Malone was on a Twitter, the NBA Twitter feed yesterday, doing a conversation with a bunch of retired All-Stars. And he just wanted to let people know that Coach Jerry Sloan isn't doing very well. He's been sick for quite a while, but he just wanted it to be out there that we all should be thinking about him right now because he's having some particular troubles right now, I guess. Weather, it's going to be a lot like yesterday. Dust blowing. Carrie, don't get your leaf blower out today again. It'll be blowing around. It'll be futile.
It's brand new, today. still in the box. I won't break it out until the weekend.
And so tonight, 20% chance of showers. Then tomorrow, a better chance of showers, a much cooler 70% chance of showers and a high of 63 tomorrow.
All right.
Traffic, we've got a accident, SR 193 in Syracuse. It's eastbound near 2500 West. The cars are off to the right. Construction barrels have the HOV lane closed both directions around University Parkway and Orem. Traffic is slow northbound I-15. Cars moving over to the right. Let's see if we have something over here to tell you about. Stalled vehicle northbound I-15 at the Bangor Highway off-ramp in Draper. The right lane is blocked there. And let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent anything in. Nope, but if you see something you want to share, you can always text it to us, and I will happily pass it along. 33986. Scott Hale offering a $39 AC tune-up with a free leak check. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Shooting yourself in the groin is one way to end the party. Los Angeles, California, large gatherings are still prohibited under strict coronavirus stay-at-home orders, but that didn't stop a raging house party Saturday in the Hollywood Hills that ended, police say, when a man accidentally shot himself in the nuts. Officers received a complaint, the loud party. They went to the scene. They found that more than 100 people were gathered at this short-term rental property that appeared to have been reserved for the party. But the party was in the process of breaking up because one of the participants had a gun and accidentally discharged it into his own groin.
Them city folk don't know how to use a gun.
Boner candidate number 3. Shooting yourself in the groin is one way to end a party and enforce social distancing, I guess you might say.
Yeah. All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, we got it right. Florida block parties. No matter what the cause was, not a good idea. They end in multiple arrests and injuries to police officers. Boner candidate number 2, well, this was no ordinary stick-up. 2 Virginia shoplifting suspects wearing hollowed-out watermelons over their heads with eye holes cut in them to shoplift. And boner candidate number 3, shooting yourself in the groin is one way to end the party.
Okay, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1. We'll take both of the winners of each round and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide boner of the day for real. That's when boner fight happens. Right now, this is round 2. Pick your champion. Send it forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in the studio there in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. They'll take the vote for us. Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting May 19, 2020, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2 of your boners. Oh, look, we got to tell you about what's happening with the Downtown Alliance.
Well, it's the Save the Market campaign. For nearly 30 years, the Downtown Farmers Market has been a beloved institution, a place where people can come together as a community and connect with the people that grow our food and celebrate Utah's cultural heritage. And the Downtown Farmers Market, they are planning on it continuing, but there will be social distancing enforced. But at this time, the future of the farmers market and urban food connections of Utah is at risk. So please make a gift to Urban Food Connections of Utah if you can. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Make a gift at any level so they can continue ensuring that people have access to healthy local produce, and the farmers and the ranchers and the food producers have some income. So to help out and learn more, you can go to slcfarmersmarket.org. I had a Mary Jane candy yesterday.
I've never heard of a Mary Jane candy.
Mary Jane's. Mary Jane's.
You get that in Colorado?
It's you ever heard of Mary Jane?
No.
Famous old candy. Originally made in 1914.
That's probably stale.
By the Charles N. Miller Company, later by Stark Candy Company, now manufactured by Necco.
Oh.
And
did you go back to Backyard Birds?
No, my my 11-year-old daughter, little Mrs. Bill, went up to the 7-Eleven and came back and said, "Look, they have Mary Jane's up there."
She knows what that is?
Sure, she's had them before. But listen, we know candy in our family.
Old candy.
And new candy. They know all kinds of candy. The candy, Mary Jane's, Charles Miller invented this candy and named them after his favorite aunt, Mary Jane.
Ah.
And there's a picture of a little girl on
wonder how his other aunts felt about that.
Well, he had a favorite aunt, Mary Jane. Maybe he didn't have any others, but they're terrible.
Really?
I'd forgotten how terrible they are. I think they maybe used to be a little better. It's peanut butter, essentially, or peanut. There used to be peanut butter, sort of more peanut butter in them, and peanut butter and molasses. And they're chewy, like taffy.
Yeah.
But now they're just more sort of molassesy and sugary and very little peanutty. I was disappointed, but she was excited to find them and enjoyed them. Never had a Mary Jane? No. Would you eat a Mary Jane if somebody gave you one?
Not when you've described it, how terrible it is.
Well, but I mean, if I just said it was peanut butter and molasses, would you go, "Oh, I'll try that"?
Yeah.
You don't have anything against molasses? No. It's just kind of...
What would I have against molasses?
Well, I don't know. You have weird food things.
Molasses is fine.
I thought, I think it's...
I have things in common with molasses.
That's well, you're as slow as it.
Yes.
But in January, that's what my mother used to say. Would you hurry? You're as slow as molasses in January, which is, I think, the slowest of all molasses.
And I'm referencing Bugs Bunny twice again on today's show.
Yeah.
He was borrowing a cup of molasses from somebody. He had his coffee cup. Elmer shot a hole through it. And it's snowing around, okay? And it starts to run out, and he goes, I didn't think molasses would run in January.
Yeah, there you go. And then of course, there's all different. There's blackstrap molasses,
which is the real. See, I didn't think you'd like molasses because it's too strong.
It's
it's like strong syrup.
You don't need a spoonful of it. It's an ingredient amongst other things.
Some people use it in lieu of syrup on things.
Ew.
They'll drizzle molasses on their pancakes or on cereals or whatever. I find it a little. Oh, and the brand of molasses that you buy in the grocery store
has a rabbit on it.
It's Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
Brer Rabbit molasses. So I
insist on Brer Rabbit molasses.
Buying molasses.
I don't think we can go into the whole reason that why Brer Rabbit might be on the.
Ask your grandpa about Song of the South, kids.
Yeah. Or when you go to Disneyland, what is it? Big Thunder
Splash Mountain.
Splash Mountain. Splash Mountain is full of characters that Disney no longer promotes or uses.
But they're in there.
Yeah, that ride.
But that's the only place. Your laughing place. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Your laughing place.
That's where Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah. I like that ride, actually.
Always get wet.
And it's a nice place to cool off at Disneyland.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it is 8:47. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Agadashi Tofu.
Oh, what a hoodoo? What?
Agadashi Tofu.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
It's tofu with dashi.
Oh, I still don't know what that is. And injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Hey, we got it right. Florida block parties ending in violence around the state. Boner candidate number 2. This was no ordinary stick-up. Guys wearing watermelons over their heads for disguises. And boner candidate number 3, shooting yourself in the groin is one way to end a party. That's what happened at a house party, an illegal house party because of 100 people there, not social distancing. But some guy accidentally discharged his gun into his own testicles, and the police were called, and that pretty much put an end to the fun. The winner was boner candidate number 1. We got it right, the Florida block parties.
Okay, that's your winner right there. That's just the winner of round 2. It's not boner of the day yet. Depends on how it does up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that in last time. So we'll take both of our winners, both winners of each round, and put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20 this morning. So that's just a little more than a half hour from now. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. All right. Is there a sponsor for this, Gina?
I wouldn't do that to anybody.
Well, you did last hour.
Okay, then. Utah word of the day.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Or words, I guess, today. Prowl and crowl. Well, we have 2 words for you to consider. Prowl and crowl. We're fairly certain these words were submitted by a listener, but we've lost the email that contained the words prowl and crowl. So if you sent them to us at radiofromhell@x96.com, please make yourself known to us. There's no way we should have to take all the heat for this. Remember, if you have a Utah Word of the Day suggestion, please send them to us. Now, on with it. Here are LeVar and LeGrand to use the words prowl and crowl as they speak with one another in this bit of natural everyday conversation. Again, the words are prowl and crowl.
Well, you know, it seems as though things are trying to get back to pre-COVID normal in these troubled times, LeVar. I was thinking I might go out for some relaxation or maybe even some entertainment.
Yeah, it gets pretty boring just visiting each other from our doors and front porches in these troubled times. I mean, I come over to your house and stand on your porch while you talk to me from the doorway, and then you come over to my house and stand on my porch while I talk to you from my doorway. Not hardly enough to keep our minds engaged, is it?
Well, as much as I like your company in these troubled times, I need to do some other stuff to keep my mind sharp. Something intellectually stimulating, you know, like, I don't know, axe throwing or pickleball or something like that. You know what I mean?
I do. I always find it sharpens my mind to bowl a few lines or play some cornhole. Seems like I haven't been out to do nothing of that forever. But do you think it's safe to get out and engage in that kind of intellectual stimulation? I don't want to endanger my excellent health or the relatively good health of my loved ones.
Well, you're right. I mean, even if I decide to do some of my intellectual pursuits, I'll wear a mask, of course.
Well, good, but I know you like to swim. You going to wear a mask while you're swimming?
Maybe. I might try it. I mean, pretty soon I'll be wearing a mask no matter what I do. Mask 24/7.
Well, the more you can cover your face, and I mean cover it area and length of time, the better for all of us.
Hardy har har. See, you ain't lost your sense of humor in these troubled times. Well, anywho, I'm not sure about going out. I mean, as far as I know, the COVID beast is still very much on the prowl. I mean, it really is like some creature, isn't it? Prowling around the town, making people afraid, making people sick.
Yeah, it's a monstrous thing. You're right, my friend. I'm not going to feel safe either until I feel pretty sure that the sciences can get a handle on it. Someone will have to corral it.
Yep, and they will. I am most certain. Them guys like Fauci and them other ones, well, they'll keep a watch on old COVID as long as it's on the prowl. And then the second Trump makes the vaccine, they'll lead it right into the crowd.
That's right. COVID's prowling days will be over, and it will die forever in the Donald J. Trump crowd.
Amen to that, brother. And then it's pickleball and axe throwing to our heart's content.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
And there it is.
It
I
just
have a
lies there.
complaint.
What do you have to complain about?
Nothing about Utah Word of the Day.
Oh.
So I had tickets to the Hella Mega tour, the Green Day, Weezer, Fall Out Boy thing in Seattle. And they've postponed it. They haven't canceled it. They've said, we're going to try to...
It's because they want to keep your money. They've already spent it.
Well, when I purchased these tickets, I bought the insurance policy.
Oh, you did?
Because part of this was Festus's Christmas present, and buying something 6 months in advance, he wasn't sure with his band stuff if he was going to be able to go or not. So I said, well, we'll buy it. I'll get the insurance, and if, something happens and you can't go or whatever, then well, good. And I thought I was so smart getting the insurance offered through Ticketmaster. So I went on their website yesterday, and come to find out, it doesn't cover COVID-related travel restrictions, fear.
Well, of course it doesn't. Why would it? Why would it?
Well, did it say that? Did it say that at the time you bought the insurance? I'm betting it didn't.
It didn't say any. This is like act of God kind of stuff. But part of it is travel restrict. I can't get to Seattle. Who knows if I'll be able to get to Seattle?
You absolutely can get to. You could get on a plane today and go to Seattle.
That would be their argument, I suppose.
I am pissed.
This is act of God. No, it's the act of God clause.
What
because God sent the coronavirus.
What is the insurance for if not, something happened and probably not going to go because of this? It doesn't cover it. If not this, then what does it cover?
Buying the insurance is always a chump move. That's when when you buy a phone and they say, "Would you like the insurance with that?" No, I don't want the insurance with my phone.
You're calling me a chump, Bill. Thanks.
Well, I'm just saying it's a chump move. I'm not saying you're always a chump. But
boy, that was some really fine surgery there.
I just said just because you this one time made a chump move doesn't make you a chump.
Well, I'm pissed because I'm sorry, doesn't cover coronavirus stuff.
I'm betting that if you were to call our attorney Mike, he would have an answer for you. It may not be the answer you like, but he may have an answer.
The first thing he'd say is, "Boy, that was a chump move."
because we were taking the whole family. This is like $1,000 in concert tickets. This is not an insignificant amount of money. And now they're just saying, well, we're going to reschedule it for next year. I don't know if I'm going to want to go next year. So I would like my $1,000 back.
And as this texter points out, remember, Ned Flanders doesn't have insurance because insurance is a form of gambling.
That's true.
All right. Thank you, texter. That's a good one. Traffic, Gina, our final check, please.
Oh,
how's the traffic to Seattle? How's that?
Because I'm driving there for a concert that isn't happening till next year. No, I'm not. Let's see. Construction barrels have the HOV lane closed at both directions around University Parkway and Orem. Traffic is slowing northbound I-15. Cars moving over to the right in that area. We've got, let's see, anything else? Things seem to be moving pretty well. Yeah, I don't see any other issues you need to be aware of, so there's your traffic.
By the way, I've been, in these troubled times, I've been looking into a way that you can buy insurance for Utah Word of the Day.
Ooh.
I'm just checking on it.
To insure you for damages?
Well, before we present it, let's just say, the Utah Word of the Day is coming up, but if you'd like to purchase insurance, you'll be able to.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back. Tuesday Tunes with Todd on the way. Stand by for that. Also, Boner of the Day, Boner Fight coming up. Shamrock Plumbing, Heating, and Air. No, Shamrock Plumbing. Sorry. ShamrockPlumbing.net is the website.
They look, when Shamrock Plumbing sends out a truck, every truck is sanitized. Every truck carries washing station for hand washings before and after every job they do when they come to your house. All the plumbers wear protective masks and shoe covers, and they clean up the work area when they're done. Shamrock keeps their employees home if they show any signs of illness. So no job too big or too small, and you can be pretty certain that Shamrock Plumbing is going to be able to come and fix your plumbing and also do it in a safe way during the coronavirus pandemic. 30 years they've been along the Wasatch Front doing plumbing jobs, big and small. They also have water heaters, water softeners, all of that kind of thing. So if you need a plumber, call Shamrock Plumbing, 801-295-1690, or go to shamrockplumbing.net.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lonely confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi,
Ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800-Subspace channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
Well, these are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers.
200 quatlus for the tall one.
300 quatlus for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehigh Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatlus for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatlus for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehigh.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatlus on the missionaries.
400 quatlus on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskellion's sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatlus to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatlus.
Oh, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehigh.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehigh? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatlus be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Oh, but we couldn't take a Percy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all of them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
And I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
It is 9:05 as we broadcast live from our homes until further notice. You can see us at x96.com/live if you want to take a look at our split screen there. And you can see Katie back in the main studio in Salt Lake City, coordinating everything. My chair's still up on the table, my stool there.
Mm-hmm. I put some flowers. There's some beautiful flowers in my...
What kind are those? I can't tell.
They're like they're little roses out from... I think my wife stole them from the neighbor's yard.
I made a slight change in my background.
Your poster.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's
a Joker.
Joker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Also broadcasting from his home today, well, kind of. He's on his phone anyway. Our very own Todd Newcomb, because it's...
Thursday Turns with Todd on X96, Van from Hell!
Can we can't see him, though, can we?
No, we can't.
Well, it's probably just as well.
I can paint the picture. I'm outside on the patio. It's just beautiful out here today. You should take your stuff outside and do your shows, when it's nice. I mean,
it's
dark.
Todd, it's dark when we start our show.
It's dark.
We've put you in worse places to podcast live
Well, that's
in the dark.
true.
So
Well, you haven't seen my
in
yard.
the wintertime.
You haven't seen my yard.
We can put you in the flight path of the airport if you'd like, like we did that one time.
Yeah, that was a good idea.
Yeah. Let me guess, you're wearing a tank top, aren't you?
I am, as a matter of fact.
It's going to be warm today.
It's tank top weather, and it's nice. It's good stuff out here. So,
okay.
So
Well,
Gina,
go ahead.
You were mentioning the Weezer show in Seattle, the Weezer Fall Out Boy Green Day show.
Yes.
And coincidentally, we're going to play one of Weezer's new songs today for Tuesday Tunes with Todd.
Because they were going to release their new album, and they're holding it back, but there are a song or two available from it, correct?
Yeah, the original release date was last week for Van Weezer, and now they've pushed it back because of the whole COVID-19 thing. They've delayed all their touring until next year. And the band, according to their website, the band says, we're pushing the album back. We don't have a set date yet, but there will be more surprises and Weezer things along the way. So I don't know what else is coming. Maybe more cover songs. I hope not.
No.
Wasn't that a big album for them, though, with the covers?
It was, and it's actually really good. I like it. I think it's one of my favorite things to listen to lately. I mean, they do some good, they do Aha and some Tears for Fears and a bunch of other cool stuff on there. So,
yeah.
But their new album, whenever that comes out, sometime later this year, it's original stuff, and they dropped this song a couple of weeks ago. It's called Hero, and should we play it?
Sure.
Yeah. Give me a hint as to what to expect with this.
I mean, it just sounds like good old-fashioned Weezer again.
Just a good old-fashioned Weezer song. All right. Well, here it is.
Catchy guitar stuff.
All right. Tuesday Tunes with Todd. It's Weezer from the album Van Weezer. The song is Hero, X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our beloved missionaries knocking on the door of a sand crawler on Tatooine.
Man, this thing is huge! Who ever heard of a camper being 100 feet long and nearly 60 feet tall?
Well, it's not really a camper. It's more like a mobile home. An entire tribe of Jawas call this sand crawler their home.
Well, I guess we better introduce ourselves before they decide to move on.
Hi there. I'm Elder Chris Jansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to know more about it.
Lehigh, I think my universal translator in my name badge is broken. Could you tell me what the little guy said?
Well, I didn't understand him either. Oh, no. Now our translators must not be programmed for Jawa. Now we'll never be able to bring them our message of salvation.
Excuse me, sir. Perhaps I could be of some assistance.
And I suppose that you speak Jawa.
I am a protocol droid, programmed in over 3 million forms of communication.
And I suppose that one of those over 3 million forms of communication is Jawa?
Oh, Jawa's like a second language to me. You be quiet, R2. I do speak Jawa like a native.
Well, then, if you wouldn't mind, could you tell us what they're saying? Talk to them.
Utna Bak Chala Elders? He says that they want your hyperbikes.
Well, you tell him that we need them to do our missionary work and that we would really need to be going soon, too.
Kala Chuk Nakda Zula Tem, Elders Lokta Nimboshan. Oh my.
What did he say?
He says that they will join your church in exchange for the hyperbikes, and they want to keep your name badges too.
They want eternal salvation and our hyperbikes?
Cool. They get our bikes and we get our first converts. What a deal. I mean, there must be 200, maybe 300 Jawas on board this piece of junk. I mean, we could convert them all.
Butch, those hyperbikes don't belong to us. They belong to the church.
And so will the Jawas after we baptize them.
Could this be it? Converts for Elders Christiansen and Jensen at last? Would the church frown on bartering for membership? And how many Jawas can you convert for a pair of Mark 32 hyperbikes with custom fender flares and luggage racks? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... No, and that is final. Now, Mr. 3PO, if you would just kindly ask the Jawas to give back our name badges, we'll be on our way.
Well, all right. What if I give them my luggage rack and fender flares and we just baptize, a couple of them?
No! That is your big problem, Butch. You always try to do things the easy way.
Oh, yeah? Well, listen to this. I've been letting you win at Scripture Chase.
On the next growth-stunting episode of Space Elders!
That's Weezer.
Of course, I like Weezer. So.
Yes.
But that's
they
catchy.
deliver just what you'd like.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I like that. So that is Hero from the Van Weezer album.
Maybe you can get a hold of them, Todd, and ask them about Gina's tickets.
I'll make a couple of phone calls.
Could you do that? Just say, hey, Rivers, buddy.
Miss Bryant, get Rivers Cuomo on the phone.
I've got this disgruntled morning show host who doesn't believe that she should have to,
I want my $1,000.
Speaking of Weezer, a couple of weeks ago, they were on The Simpsons. They
I didn't see that episode yet.
Yeah, they played the part of a band inside the episode. They weren't Weezer. They were, but they were playing the music and singing the songs. And then at the end of the episode, they are Weezer on stage doing a Weezer version of the Simpsons theme.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's awesome. I got to set my DVR. I'll have to watch that.
Set your DVR. It's in there somewhere. All right. Well, thank you, Todd.
Thanks, Todd.
And
anytime.
We'll see you. It's
stay safe.
Tuesday with Todd. Yeah.
On X96, Van for Pal.
It's that. Thank you, Todd. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Stand by for boner fights and a reasonable amount of news all on the way. And right now we have a message from the state of Utah about voting.
Yeah, it's this year. Your front porch is going to be your voting booth.
Mm-hmm.
I feel comfortable with that.
That will be your polling place, and your mailbox is going to be the ballot box. Gina, if anybody offers to sell you insurance for this, don't buy it.
No.
It's time to get registered and update your voting information because Utah's 2020 primary election will be on June 30th. So to help with public health and safety, the election is going to be conducted by mail. To see if you're going to receive a ballot or to update your voting information, just go to vote.utah.gov by June 19th. That's vote.utah.gov. And it's easy to do. You can change your party affiliation if you want. But just make sure that you are registered by going there. And if you're not, register so that you will get a ballot. All right? So If you want to receive a ballot, you have to go there, make sure you're registered. So go to vote.utah.gov. From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe. People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
I want you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies, Carrie.
Studies?
Studies say,
Herbalist.
according to this midwife
and a
midwife
study,
and
herbalist.
A study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's
It takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, you know, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh, my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, you know, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started talking.
And you know they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
Because in these troubled times, a wingding is what you need in these troubled times.
It's comforting.
Yeah.
Well, you won't get it until 11, because while we're doing our show from home, these shows go to 11 a.m. All right. 9:21 right now. And we do have Boner Fight coming up to determine who is Boner of the Day. We'll have it for you here in about 6 or 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Do you have a car payment? You can get rid of it for the next 120 days at National Buick GMC of American Fork. Get 0% for 84 months on a new Buick or GMC.
And as we do the news, I'd just like to remind you that we're all in this together. Okay? In these troubled times. I was thinking about making this a boner candidate. Tom Brady's wellness brand, TB12, has long pushed unproven supplements at exorbitant prices as a core function of its business model. He's promoted $100, and I found these to be quite comfortable, $100 recovery pajamas. He's peddled, and when I started drinking the anti-concussion water, I didn't have one concussion.
See, there's proof it worked.
So it worked.
Anti-concussion water?
Yeah. So with a global coronavirus pandemic raging on, Brady's brand announced its latest product on Monday, an immunity blend supplement called Protect. The Protect supplement is generally similar to your basic emergency or immune support vitamin supplement that you find at any pharmacy, but in Brady's case, his company is charging $45 for a non-FDA approved product and choosing to release that product right in the middle of a pandemic. The product doesn't claim to protect users from the coronavirus. It does not claim to refund your money if you buy tickets to the Weezer show. But the timing here is all you need to know. Immediately after the announcement, Brady faced backlash for trying to profiteer off of a crisis with a questionable product.
Because there are people that will buy that. If it says protect, they'll be like, this is going to... Even if they don't come right out and say it protects you from getting coronavirus, they will...
I'd say buying that stuff is a chump move, is what I'd say.
Well, and no one will be buying that stuff anymore because they're going to be buying the hydroxychloroquine. Hydroxychloroquine.
I've been taking it for several weeks now. There've been no side effects. And Neil Cavuto on Fox News went like this, hit himself in the forehead.
Did he?
Said, no.
Well, I know he went off.
That was his reaction. It was like, you what?
He'll take a pill that has been unproven and unproven at best and dangerous and deadly at worst. But he won't wear a mask.
It's why I don't have to wear a mask.
He won't do that.
It's why I don't have to wear a mask. Don't you see? I don't have to wear a mask because I'm taking the hydroxychloroquine, the hydroxy as I like to call it. I'm taking that. I get tested and I don't have the virus. What more do you need to know? What more do you need to know? You don't just want to report what you want to report. You're fake news. That's what you are.
True.
You're fake news.
One of the wettest we've ever seen from the standpoint of water, and it certainly is not good.
That's your guy, Greg Hughes. That's your 100%. You're all in on. That's your guy.
United States.
That's him.
21 Pilots
in.
is giving the duo's new single "Level of Concern" its live debut this week. Well, kind of. Tyler Joseph and Josh Dunn will make a remote appearance on The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon this Friday, and they will perform that track.
We've been playing it on X96 for...
It's a good song, and it'll be interesting to see them do it live.
They're fun to watch live.
I told you my level of concern, but you walk by like you never heard. You could bring down my level of concern. Just need you to tell me we're alright, tell me we're okay.
I like it. This just in, Officer Miguel Darras denies allegations that he saved explicit photos of Lauren McCluskey on his personal phone. So it's been reported. The Salt Lake Tribune did some investigative reporting, and they found an officer who said, "Oh, yeah, no, he said he had them. He showed it to me." So now the Salt Lake Tribune didn't release the name of that former University of Utah police officer who made that accusation. I think now maybe it's going to behoove them to release that name, because there are going to be people who want to know what the truth of it.
They got this out of a document request.
Well, they talked to him. I'm not saying he didn't do it, but Darris feels pretty confident that he can come out and say, "I didn't do that." So why does he feel confident about that? It'll be interesting to find out. Police in Magna have taken into custody a man suspected of firing shots at a police officer. Last night, officers from the Highway Patrol, Unified Police, Salt Lake City, West Valley, Sandy, all surrounded the man in the area of 7200 West and 30th South. Investigators haven't released his name or whether he lives at the home where he barricaded himself, but apparently there was a chase and he was firing his gun out of the window of the car, and fortunately no one was injured, and they did manage to apprehend him without any injuries. More than 20,000 people have signed a petition to recall a Utah judge after a sentencing that many are calling too short for an admitted pedophile. The Change.org petition calls for the removal of Judge Douglas Hogan. This comes after his sentence for Utah Tech CEO Douglas Saltzman. Saltzman pleaded guilty to possessing 1,300 files of child pornography on his computer. His sentence was 210 days in jail, including time served, and 48 months probation. Kathy Hoffman, the petition organizer, is a human trafficking survivor. She said she was horrified by this sentence. Douglas Saltzman's crimes took place from one video to the next. Maybe that was only a couple of minutes of viewing those images, but I want to communicate that though it is only a few minutes during that crime that took place for him, these children, it's the rest of their lives. It's not something that goes away. Hoffman said the sentence is a slap in the face for the victims. But apparently the Utah Sentencing Commission says that the sentence that Judge Hogan meted out meets sentencing guidelines. It was not out of the ordinary in any way for a first offender, pornographic images of that kind. The White House portrait ceremony. You know about this? It's been a White House tradition for decades. A first-term president hosts his immediate predecessor in the East Room for a ceremony to unveil the portrait of the former president that will hang in the halls of the White House forever. Republican presidents have done it for Democratic presidents and vice versa, even when one of them ascended to the White House by defeating or sharply criticizing the other. They put their differences aside, and they do this White House ceremony where the portrait is unveiled.
Because the office is more important than the person.
We may have our differences politically, President Obama said when he hosted former President George W. Bush for his portrait unveiling, but the presidency, as Kerry just said and Obama said, but the presidency transcends those differences. Yet this modern ritual will not be taking place between Obama and President Trump, according to people familiar with the matter.
I'm surprised Trump doesn't invite him to the White House so he can secretly slap the handcuffs on Obama when he gets there, because committed the greatest crime of any president ever.
You know what it is.
Obamagate.
President Trump, according to people familiar with the matter, they say this won't happen, and if Trump wins a second term, it could be 2025 before Obama returns to the White House to see his portrait. Trump is unconcerned about shunning yet another presidential custom, and he has attacked Obama to an extent no other president has done to a predecessor. Most recently, he's made unfounded accusations that Obama committed an unspecified crime. But on the other hand, Barack Obama has kind of let it be known that he has no interest in participating in this post-presidency rite of passage for so long as Trump is in office. People familiar with the matter said. It's a telling snapshot of American politics in 2020.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
I had 6 really weak boner candidates today, I thought.
Really?
All of them, yeah. Almost all of them.
I thought they were okay.
Well, way to sell it, Bill. This is the big boner fight happening now.
It's the battle of the weaklings. So here we go. The winner from round 1. This is a pretty good one. Well, I had to get my nails done. It's a woman who thought it was prudent to lock her 3-year-old and 3-month-old children in her car while she went into the first-class nail salon to have her nails done. She'd been in there at least an hour, authorities said, before they broke into the car to rescue the children. That's going up against number 2. We got a right. These block parties in Florida. These parties are to honor a man who was shot a few years ago. I guess they've become sort of a tradition, but in this time, you need to forego these kinds of traditions, but people didn't. There was not social distancing happening. Police moved in. There was chaos. One guy was shot in the foot. It's a breakdown of social norms in Florida. Boner candidate number 2.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should be boner of the day for today, the 19th of May. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And put that number, that single digit, is all we need in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. The computer counts it like that. Okay, so that's one way to vote. Another way to vote is to call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, and look for the box that says Boner Fight May 19, 2020, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day.
Dear Carrie, Bill, and Gina, although Gina wasn't here when this happened, I don't believe. I've been listening to Radio from Hell since I was 14 or 15. I'm now 30, and I still spend my mornings listening to you all as I commute to work. I value your opinions, and for the most part, I share your ultra-liberal way of thinking. I often find myself quoting you when discussing politics or even just life events. It would be safe to say that I'm a loyal fan. However, one of my biggest pet peeves continues to pop up on the show, and I can't take it anymore. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1988, the heart of the millennial generation. Over the years, the term millennial has become an insult or comedic point for many, including myself. We are the generation of participation trophies and lackluster work ethic. Where my issue falls is this: the constant misuse of the term millennial. A millennial is anyone born between 1981 and 1996. So, yes, producer Katie is definitely a millennial. And the segment where you asked her all of the nostalgic questions was quite funny. But looking at the years that millennials were kids, you wouldn't think it's that odd that a millennial would know what you were talking about. I mean, I could easily answer every one of the questions. It wasn't that hard. Perhaps I'm wrong, but it seems that you all think a millennial is much younger than they truly are. For the most part, millennials are in their late 20s, early 30s. We are the children of the late 80s and 90s.
So it says, yet every other episode or so, there's a comment from you all about millennials and what we don't know. The breaking point was on the 17th when Bill made a comment about millennials getting into the TV show The Office. For the love of God, Bill, millennials were watching The Office when we were in junior high and high school. Maybe it's just silly of me to get so worked up.
It is.
But millennials didn't eat Tide Pods. So fault us for our real mistakes. I love you all. I'm just annoyed by this. Probably I'm entitled, emotional, and a millennial. Love always, Molly. Well, Molly's right. So I looked it up. The generations. They name each generation.
I feel like I've read conflicting things on when the millennial ends and begins. So if she is correct, and you confirm that, then I'm a millennial too. I'm an older millennial, but I would still be a millennial.
Here's what it is. Some generations are known by one name only, as like baby boomers.
Okay.
That's what I would be. Names for other generations is a matter of some dispute among experts, but here are some of the things that we agree on. There's a chart at x96.com/live.
Okay.
Here's how Will and William Strauss, they're demographers, describe millennials. Millennials would be between 1980 and 2000, also known as Generation Y. Okay?
Okay.
So let's...
80 to late 90s. All right?
Yeah. Let's see. So people from 2000 to the present would be known as either the silent generation, the new silent generation, or Generation Z. Okay? But so then there's another one, the Population Reference Bureau. They have a little different. So there are different ones, but generally millennials are between 1980 to 2000
to late 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, and that one is pretty set in all of these. But then there's the silent generation, the baby boomers. That's 1946 to 64. Generation X, that was 65 to 79. And millennials, then present, they're calling the present new silent generation or Generation Z. So, but she's right, millennials, we just have I have the tendency to think of anybody who's really young is a millennial, and that's not true.
From now on, you're all young'uns.
Gen Z.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're young'uns. That's the title. That applies to everybody.
Young'uns?
Young'uns.
Okay.
My dad would say.
I think we're fuzzy in Utah County because we have something growing on us.
9:39. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by an Asian. Well, we mixed our Asian, though. So we had like a Vietnamese pork noodle salad with agadashi tofu, which is Japanese. So I think that's why. Well, I had bad dreams all night. So I think that's why.
And Diversion Eatery offers brunch weekends from 11 to 3. Try the steak and egg poutine with a Bloody Mary or mimosa. It's the best. Open daily for dine-in or takeout. 535 North 3rd West. Check out the menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1. I had to get my nails done. And I have these two brats, these two kids. So she locked them in the car, 3-year-old and a 3-month-old. Went to the first-class nail salon to get her nails done. Now, the kids were rescued by police. They're okay. Well, of course they're okay. The car was locked, the mother said. That was number 1. Going against number 2, we got to right these Florida block parties, which police, maybe these are memorial parties, and that may be understandable that you want to have them, but not when there's a pandemic going on, and so the police broke it up. And there was a near riot, the breakdown of social order. And the winner, just to buy almost 3 times, Boner candidate number 1, I had to get my nails done.
That's a good choice, I think, for Boner of the Day. And that is Boner of the Day for the 19th of May, now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Now, we got the Soldier for a Day thing happening right now.
Is Paul on?
Paul is on the phone. It's we want to thank the Utah Army National Guard and Colonial Flag. we're Paul?
Paul?
Yes.
Paul,
hi.
hi. There's some noise going on in the background. We didn't know if you were there or not. Now I've done this actually. This is Soldier for a Day. The Utah National Guard is offering a once-in-a-lifetime experience to be a soldier for a day. You and a friend will head to Camp Williams for a full day of rappelling, marksmanship, Army vehicle simulators, and a lot more. You can enter you can text soldier, the word soldier, to 33986. You can't buy this experience. You can only win it. And Colonial Flag has graciously teamed with the Utah National Guard to sponsor this. And I think that's great that you guys have done that, Paul. Thank you very much.
I'm glad to do it, and we love the National Guard. We love all of our military. In fact, we're kind of sandwiched between Armed Forces weekend Saturday and Memorial Day this weekend, and it's a great opportunity. I don't think there's anyone more patriotic than our military. They're out there doing this.
Paul, you got to speak.
What they do.
Talk right into your phone. We're having a little trouble hearing you.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it Colonial Flag, which we can see from I-15 as you go past? I don't know what south that is exactly. Where are you exactly, Paul?
We're at 3rd West, 9400 South, just west of I-15.
And there's always a huge flag, American flag out there. Do I remember correctly that Colonial Flag has had, or maybe still has, the largest American flag in the country?
Well, what we do is, like this flag on our flagpole here is 30 by 60 feet. Mm-hmm. We do make the ones that you see in NFL games and at Major League Baseball. That's 300 feet by 150 feet, and they tend to be the largest. And I don't know if anybody's making a bigger one than that.
Yeah.
I have my tiny flag behind me. That's about 6 inches by 4 inches. That's really
you need another one.
Yes. Yeah. It's. I have a really nice American flag that I think I purchased it from the veterans, some veterans group. Really nice American flag that was made by you guys. If you look at it, it says Colonial Flag on it somewhere on the box. Does Colonial Flag make almost every American flag in the country?
No. I mean, there's most of the flag manufacturers actually are back east in, for example, New Jersey and Pennsylvania, kind of the historic ones that have been around for hundreds of years, actually. But Colonial Flag, we specialize in the larger flags, and we have plants that make them in Pennsylvania for us, some of the smaller ones. We also do a lot of printing here, for example, custom flags, corporate flags, and also other, wall. A lot of people don't know that we also do banners and signs here as well.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, actually, I didn't know that. I thought it was strictly flags. So so do you have a vexillologist on staff, Paul?
We actually have two. I'm sitting across one right now.
Wow.
Devon Simper, and I'm in a production meeting actually right now, and also John Hartvickson. They're vexillologists. Basically, vexillum is banner, pennant, and ology is the one that studies them. So anyway, they are the study of symbols, and that's what they do. In fact, one's in our foundation, and one works in our production area. But they love it, and I'm what you would call a vexillopreneur. I sell flags, okay, but they study them. So I know a few things, but they know a lot more. Trust me.
So it's kind of a nerd thing to do, really, being a vexillologist, isn't it? It's
so I'm going to tell Devon what he just said. It's a nerd thing to do, being a vexillologist. Actually, I think they wear that as a badge of honor.
Yeah,
oh, sure.
Yeah, I would. Yeah,
sure they do.
Hey, so let me just ask you quickly, Paul, while we've got you, Colonial Flag, and maybe we should ask one of your vexillologists there. There's been now some word about the Salt Lake City flag in particular being just kind of bleh, just kind of awful. And is there an opinion among your vexillologists there about if that's true and what should be done about it?
Yeah, I'm going to put you on speakerphone. Devon, they're asking what your opinion is of the Salt Lake City flag going into this contest. This is Devon Simper. Go ahead.
Hi, Devon.
Hi. The current Salt Lake City flag is a good flag, in my opinion. It does need a little help because it's a little simple. And I don't think it doesn't have the meaning that other flags have had. So these new designs, I hope they put actual symbolism and meaning behind the flag, so that it actually means something to the people of Salt Lake.
Yeah, it's because right now it's just like a mountain or something, and then
It's actually Salt Lake City flag. I think it's a cityscape.
Oh, that's
right.
right.
Cityscapes is cityscapes change over the years, and I actually was on the first committee back with Rocky that tried to put this new flag out, and the design that we have now wasn't even the one that the committee selected.
Okay.
So they rejected the one that the committee selected, and they went with their own design. So this is round 2 of that evolution, I guess.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to you. So we've run out of time here, but I'd like to talk to you some more about this some other time. Maybe we can get you on the line when we have a little more time. And I find it fascinating talking about flags and sigils and pennants and all of that. But it's Colonial Flag. Thank you for helping sponsor this Soldier for a Day with the Utah Army National Guard and X-96. We really appreciate it, Paul.
We're glad to do it, and excited to do it, and proud to be there. Thanks, you guys.
Talk to you again.
Text Soldier, SOLDIER, to 33986 to win.
All right, we'll take a break. We will be back. X96.
Technology has evolved to the point.
So you saw this video a week or so ago about the guy strapped a GoPro to his dog to see what the dog did while he was at work.
I didn't see it.
It was disturbing because the dog didn't have a moment's rest. It was nervous and frightened
in the house.
And
He's never coming back. He's never coming.
It would hear noises outside and be on alert, and it terrified me. Because I thought to myself about my dog, Ripley. I was just convinced because she can be a little high strung, and I was just convinced that.
I don't think she's big enough to strap a GoPro to. It'd be too heavy.
We did not do that. We did, however, a friend of ours gave us this drop cam.
What is that?
It's a live camera that we set up.
Like a nanny cam?
Like a nanny cam. In the living room.
Are you looking at her right now?
This is broadcasting live from my living room right now.
Now, does she just stay in your living room during the day, or can she roam around the house?
That's what we wanted to know. Her favorite spot seems to be, we've set up a little kind of a table next to the window, and she likes to sit there and look out the window. So we watched her for a day. She didn't leave that spot.
Well, she's fine then. Don't you feel better?
She's sleeping. Yeah, all the time.
Well, that's good.
She's a teenager.
Exactly.
She talking back to you?
I thought she'd at least be on guard or a little on alert.
Nah.
No. She barely moves.
A bomb can go off in the front yard.
And that's the other thing is that it has a motion sensor, so it'll alert me. Motion is detected,
That never happens.
No.
She doesn't move.
She was a day. She was lying there.
Then she's perfectly comfortable. This should make you feel good.
Yes and no. She's kind of lazy. A little disappointed.
She's never going to amount to anything.
I think you ought to make her get a job.
Maybe. Require her to get
little lazy dog.
Lazy dog. Maybe get her, a list of duties, chores.
Yeah.
You leave her list on the counter.
This has got to be done by the time I'm
get
home.
She can put a little paw print next to the one she's completed.
But yeah, that video of the dog that was freaking out, it was disturbing to watch. Made me very upset.
Somebody in the chat room says that most dogs are like that. That guy's dog is just a neurotic mess.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my cat, who is a jerk when we're at home.
Jerk cat.
Mr. Fluffy Pants. I was sitting there yesterday. I was talking to my wife, and he came up and bit me on the arm for no reason. I'm just sitting there, like, ow, what are you doing? And it wasn't hard, but just kind of went and bit me on the arm. I'm certain that cat just sleeps all day. And then when we get home, it goes crazy.
Well, it's because you're in its house when you get there.
Yeah. He just sleeps all day.
Do you think he's like a reincarnated dead person from somebody that hated you, and they're back to haunt you?
No.
No,
No.
you don't think so?
No. No, I
He's
don't.
biting you for no reason.
No,
Maybe
I
it's
don't.
a reason from a past life.
No, I don't.
No?
No.
I don't think that.
I think the
No, I think he's a curse from God. God sent the cat to torment.
Officially.
No, he's just a rambunctious teenager who, when he bites me, I give him a little cuff up the side of the head,
Hey.
and he stops. I go, don't
Yeah,
do that.
It is 9:53.
I was so we had a story last week. Yeah, it was last week, I think, about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints saying that we're going to take all the artwork out of the Mormon chapels, the Latter-day Saint chapels, and only have representations of Jesus hanging in the. We want to make Jesus Christ the focus of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Makes sense.
And so then we had a discussion of what the image of Jesus is, what Jesus would have looked like.
Well,
And
they showed
Robert,
a picture in the paper of one of the examples of the paintings, and I took some issue with it.
Because Jesus probably did not have blue eyes, for instance. Robert Kirby wrote a column about it. And I really liked the end lines of his column. Let me just give you a little sample here. So Kirby goes along to says the same things that Gina was saying, and we've said before, that nobody knows what Jesus really looked like. There are no paintings of him from the time, no handwriting samples, no Roman wanted posters, or even a description of his appearance that would serve as a police lineup, much less a court. I mean, nobody wrote down, here's what he looked like. So the modern version of Jesus is one with which we are comfortable, something worthy of a mostly European populated church. What passes for accepted illustrations of Jesus Christ, at least in Mormondom, that's Kirby saying this,
And
are
he's Mormon.
Yeah, are paintings that make him look nothing like the Middle Eastern Jew that he reportedly was. I only bring this up because if we're going to get fussy about things, maybe it's time to update our representations of his appearance. Shouldn't be that hard given advances in science and genetic research. In all likelihood, Jesus had dark complexion, brown eyes, and was considerably shorter than the 8-foot Nordic representations we're fixated on now. The Savior of the world is always portrayed, at least in the Mormon universe, as white, slender, with blow-dried locks hanging about his shoulders. But what if he was actually balding, a little paunchy, and missing a finger? Hey, he was a carpenter.
It's true.
That's very good.
It's good.
So here we go. So
that's why he held his hands that way.
Yeah. But suppose the next time you go to a meeting house, there are illustrations of a nearly black, hairy guy who looks more like a scruffy Cuba Gooding Jr. than Brad Pitt. Tell me that wouldn't mess with your faith even just a little bit. Now, these are the lines I really liked. I mean, that's all very funny, but
Yeah.
this is the last two lines. Personally, my biggest disappointment with the portrayal of Christ, at least in the church I attend, is the utter absence of humor in his face. He never seems to be having a good time. As usual, it's probably our fault. I love that line.
That's
he
true.
never seems to be having a good time, and that's probably our fault.
Yeah.
Especially Catholic Jesus. He's never having a good time.
Catholic Jesus is too skinny. If we're going to complain about...
Jesus is disappointed in you. That's what Kirby is saying. Jesus always looks like, I am so disappointed in you.
Well, he has reason to be.
Maybe so.
This has been a message from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Thank you. Looks like Cuba Gooding Jr. instead of Brad Pitt. Well, there you go.
Yeah, we don't know what Jeeves looked like.
No. That part about the missing finger, that's
funny.
My grandfather, one of my grandfathers, was a cabinet maker and carpenter all of his life. He was a builder. He taught carpentry classes at the Reform School in the last part of his life. After he was done being a carpenter, he settled, he couldn't do it so much anymore, but he could teach carpentry. And he was missing bits and pieces of 4 or 5 fingers, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Because of all the years of saw. And and it was just, to him, it was nothing. Oh, yeah, he cut the tip off of one of them. Big deal.
Well, you remember our mature intern?
Yeah.
Yes.
She was missing a finger, and she had tattooed on her stump a smiley face.
Yeah, on the end of her finger. Smiley face.
My shop teacher in junior high school, Mr. Snow, was missing 2 fingers and was on crutches.
Oh, well.
Because of various
how did
damage
he
that
teach
he had taken in the shop.
Yeah, my shop teacher, I can't think of his name now. Yeah, he was missing a couple of bits of fingers as well. I think it just goes with the territory. If you're working with saws all day.
Well, I think it means you're either a very experienced shop teacher or you're not a very good shop teacher. I don't know. We made crossbows.
You made crossbows?
We made actual
what did
crossbows.
You shoot them at?
Well, targets, of course, Gina.
And animal and cats in the neighborhood.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
They sent us out with these dangerous weapons. I mean, the shop part of it is that we'd take pieces of wood, glue them together into a larger chunk of wood, and then use a file and carve the stock. And up to them, and then he got us the mechanism for the crossbow and the trigger and everything, and so we made our own crossbows. And then they just sent us home with them.
Yeah, our shop class, we learned to make shivs.
You're going to need these someday.
Yep, you're going to need them.
That's not just a toothbrush, son.
And he
be all kinds of things.
And he showed us how to hide them in body cavities. It was really
Nice.
quite an educational class. Yeah.
All right, because we are doing our shows live from our homes, they go to 11 a.m. So, yeah, that's your fault.
Hey, we're all in this together, okay?
That's what I keep hearing.
We're all in this together.
All right, so we'll take a break, and we will be back.
Our 6...
96.3 FM, X96.
Last week, these little girls came up to me.
Ow.
They come running up to me, and they go, and I mean, they're like 12 years old or 11, and they go, Are you Bill Allred? And I said, yeah. And they said, do you remember us? And I said, no. And they said, you threw us out of that garage in your backyard a couple of weeks ago.
What? You had kids in your garage?
Not my garage, my neighbor. She has this old garage, and the
Wait a
top
minute.
of it.
No, do you have an infestation?
Yeah.
Is it like
little girls?
That's what it was like. It was an infestation of little girls. No! And the old garage has like a top place that you can walk up some stairs and go into, a second story, but it's just ramshackle. You know, you can see through the ceiling and the floorboard.
You ought not be walking around.
It's more of a shack than anything.
Yeah, and I realized there were some kids up there so I went over, and there were these little girls in there trying to clean it up and make a playhouse out of it. You know? And
a fort. We want a fort.
Yeah, and I was nice to him because I said I know how attractive this is to want to do this, but it's really not safe. Plus, it's filthy. And I mean, they had cleaning equipment in there and all of this kind of stuff. And I said, it's really not safe.
Yeah.
So and there were other kids coming down my driveway and stuff to go up there with them. And I said, so come on out and please don't do it anymore. And you know, they haven't. I could have I was going to put a lock on the door for my neighbor. And I haven't gotten around to it, but I don't think anybody's been up there since.
Yeah.
At least I don't think so. But then apparently there were some older kids who recognized me, apparently. So they were just really excited that they had been thrown out.
Kicked us out.
They kicked us out of that place.
Does that mean Jonesy's going to scream like that someday? No! Is that what girls do?
Yeah.
Hi. Being there for kids is super good fun.
Who is that? Who is that that says super good fun?
It's a PSA for some kid thing.
But you don't know who it is?
No.
Hi. Being there for kids is super good fun.
All it takes is a little know-how.
All it takes is a little know-how. Yeah, super good fun.
96.3 FM, X96.
Yep.
Level of concern.
We
Yes,
just
Gina?
had a minor incident here, but
What?
it's all under control.
At your house?
Did you guys hear Muhammad running around shouting?
No. Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah. We
No, I was
couldn't
in the other room.
find. So remember, for school, he had to learn how to do something he didn't know how to do and then present it to the class. So he whittled a fishing lure. And
Right.
showed you guys, it looked pretty. Well, he's supposed to do his presentation on a Zoom meeting right now, and he couldn't find his
Because you
fishing
had it?
You had it.
lure
Because you had it?
had it.
And didn't put it back where
But
you got
it's-
it from.
But it's all fine. It's all good. So
And yet he won't be able to reprimand you for doing that because he's just a kid.
I was showing off his handiwork. I was proud of him.
Yet you just need to learn, young lady, to put things back where you found them.
It's true. I'm sorry. So I apologize if you heard him shouting. He was.
It always seemed to me when I was a kid, and it probably still seems that way to me today, that I could not do and say some of the things that adults could, even though it was perfectly fair. It would be perfectly fair for your son to say to you, you have told me 1,000 times to put things back where I got them. Why don't you put things back where you got them?
It's true.
But you can't do that when you're a kid.
No.
Because then your parent goes, you little so-and-so, you are grounded. You're going. As a kid, you can't
I
point out.
apologized. I said, you're right. I'm sorry.
Apologies don't cut it, mother.
Didn't mean to panic you.
But you know what I mean.
Everything's under control now.
It's
Everything's
not fair.
This parenting thing sounds like a pain in the ass.
You have no idea.
Well, you remember what it was like to be a kid. You were a pain in the ass, weren't you?
No.
No, not at all.
I don't think I was, no, because the law was laid down and I followed it. You know, and if I didn't, there was hell to pay.
There
so
were
I followed
consequences.
it. Yeah, there were consequences, so I followed it.
There were horrible consequences laid down for me as well, but I seemed to manage to screw up somehow, no matter what. It was never good enough. Never.
Are we doing check-ins, or what are we doing here?
I don't know.
Oh, we can.
I didn't know if we had phone calls that were waiting, or no?
Well, we didn't ask for them. You know, generally we have to ask for them, and in these troubled times, we have to beg for them, because we're all in this together. 877-60. Please point out any more cliches that I'm missing. Those are the two prominent ones.
What day is it? There's that one.
877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show if you have a mind to do that. We'd love to hear from you because we are all in this together in these troubled times.
Let's see.
Solid ground.
Amanda says 2 kids is just fine. 4 dogs is better. Matthew says I've got 12-year-old and a 16-year-old still in school. It's a massive pain in the ass.
Well, it doesn't get any better.
Technically, tomorrow is Jonesy's last day of school. She graduates 8th grade, and they're not holding the
Is she moving right on to college?
Yeah, she's just skipping high school. They're not having a ceremony for another week or so, but it's like, and she feels cheated because usually what happens is 8th grade gets out a week before the rest of school, so they can laud it over, you know, the younger kids that, haha, you still have to go to school and I don't, and she's getting cheated out of that this year because we're all home anyway.
She's getting cheated out of being able to walk around to her classmates and go, hey, hey. She wouldn't do that anyway.
No. Her little brother, she might. Oh, you have to go to school tomorrow? I don't. I'm just home. Yeah.
All right. Let's go to 877-602-9696 if you want to check in. Jim is checking in. Hi, Jim.
Good morning, Jim.
Hey, guys. How's it going, guys?
Not too bad. What's up with you?
Wanted to chime in a little bit on that whole shop teacher thing. 7th grade. You know, this was like over 40 years ago. I still remember we're having our 7th grade orientation in metal shop. And the teacher is talking to us about how the dangers of the machines and all this stuff. And he walks over to the sheet bender, I think it was called, for bending sheet metal. And he's looking at us as he's operating it. And all of a sudden he stops and looks down and says, I'll be back in a minute. He's holding his bloody hand as he rushes out of the room.
I believe it. I believe
we're
it.
We're all sitting there looking at each other. We're all 7th graders, you know. We're all like, oh.
Did he ever come back?
And he didn't come back. I think an administrator, like teacher, you know, like a vice principal or something came down and said, well, Mr. Mahoney's not going to be back for today's class. So,
oh, no.
You can all sit there and read or something, because I don't know.
We're sorry. We thought Mr. Mahoney was qualified, but he's not.
Exactly. Yeah, he was a football coach, you know, so it's kind of obvious. You know, you got to he hadn't teach shop, right?
He should have been teaching science. That's where he should have been.
Exactly.
Our football coach, I forget his name now. He taught health, boys. Yeah. So the football coach taught boys health.
And that was basically just telling you to wear deodorant?
It consisted of things like, you know, be careful when you're, you know, don't punch a girl in the chest.
What?
Because it hurt. You know, when you get punched in the nuts.
Oh yeah.
It's the same thing. It feels just like that.
Gina, we had this class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, what?
And that was part of it. The other part of it was, you're right, wear deodorant, but then there was also a part where you got to wash down there.
Sure. Personal hygiene.
Class.
This was part of health class, yeah.
Personal hygiene.
And it wasn't.
And there were plenty of kids who needed it.
Yeah.
I approve of the don't punch girls in the chest message.
Well, I don't think
I'm just surprised it needs to be.
I don't think he said punch. I mean, I think it was more along the lines of, you know, you have to be careful. You have to be careful. I mean, if you accidentally bump a girl there, It feels just like getting punched in the nuts. Okay.
This was school sanctioned curriculum.
Oh yeah.
Nebo School District for me.
No,
All right. Well, thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
Yep.
877-602-9696 if you want to share school hijinks.
Let's go to Cameron.
Hey,
Hi,
Cameron.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, it's going pretty good in these troubled times, Cameron.
I'd say the same. I woke up today earlier than usual. Instead of rolling out of bed to start working from home, I got dressed up, fancied up to go to court for a hearing, and found out as soon as I walk in the door, feeling all great, that they decided to postpone and not even tell me.
You got court. Cameron's got court.
I got court.
I got court.
I got court.
Yeah.
Now you're dressed up with nowhere to go, literally, right?
Exactly. So now I'm thinking I might go my dressed best self to get the closest burrito and call it a good day.
There you go. There you go. That's living large.
What burrito were you going to get?
Oh, I was hoping you guys could give me a recommendation.
Oh.
Good
burrito recommendations.
Well, what's the local chain? The
Barbacoa?
Barbacoa, yeah. They
They're
make
pretty
a
good
pretty decent, big, giant breakfast burrito.
No, if you're out in Cottonwood Heights or you're over in the Sandy-ish area, you go to Lone Star.
Yes, Lone Star Taqueria.
Oh.
Yeah,
Best
there you go.
That
place
place is
ever.
delicious.
There you
All right.
go.
See you, Cameron.
Oh, sounds for lunch. Thank you.
Okay. Remember, we're all in this together, Cameron.
Got court. Here's a text. Any ideas about how to surprise my wife for our anniversary tomorrow?
Oh, that's hard.
I think if you hide behind the door and wait,
that'd be a
wait for her
surprise.
to walk past, and then yell something like "I'll kill you," when you jump out.
Do you have a wedding video of your wedding? Maybe you could surprise her by
Or
putting-
anybody's wedding.
Anybody's wedding.
You have a wedding video of anybody's wedding. It doesn't matter. just a wedding video.
Pretend that's us. Yeah, it's hard. Kerry had his anniversary yesterday. What did you guys end up doing?
I went to the store and got us a steak.
There you go.
And I charcoal grilled it, and some asparagus, and Sue made some pasta, and we had wine. So Monday,
Yeah.
I told you.
You don't have steak every Monday.
Not well. We have it frequently, but it was a good steak.
Which cut did you get?
Oh, we have the ribeye, of course.
Bone in or boneless?
We wanted bone in, but they didn't have the bone in. You
I
can't
used
be
to
picky.
insist on it.
They have, you can't be picky these days with what you want. You get what they have, and that's just the way it works.
I used to insist on the bone in, but then I started doing some boneless, and it's pretty damn good as well. Just depends on how you do it.
Let's see. Okay, well, let's take a break. I guess we could do some news coming up. If you do want to check in, go ahead. 877-602-9696.
It's on you.
Yeah, we'd be happy to talk to you. Manscaped.
Yeah, listen, Manscaped is this razor, this trimmer, electric trimmer, the Lawnmower 3.0. This thing is really, really sharp, and it's good for your facial hair as well as your personal hair down there, gentlemen, to keep yourself well-groomed everywhere. It's cordless, it's waterproof, and it has a light on it so you can see where you're going. Now, if you want 2 free gifts from Manscaped, here's how you do it. You subscribe, and you get the Shed travel bag. That's a $39 value. And the patented high-performance anti-chafing Manscaped boxer briefs. All you have to do to get this perfect package for your perfect package is go to manscaped.com. If you use the code X96, you will get your free gifts and 20% off and free shipping, all at manscaped.com. Use X96 as the promo code.
Father.
Now,
I have a little bit of advice for people for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
I saw this online today, and it says these are clever things that you can do.
I bet they're not clever.
For your St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. These are clever captions you could use on Instagram, for instance.
Okay.
And I'm saying if you do these things, you're a fool. You should not. Here, St. Patrick's Day captions for friends and loved ones on your Instagram posts. So as you post your stupid Instagram drunken pictures, you should caption them with things like this. I'm not Irish, but kiss me anyway.
No. Don't do that.
This is clever. These are clever things that people have thought up for you because you're not clever. How about this one? Irish, you were here.
Nope.
Never.
No? How about this one?
Don't use that.
About to get lucky, insert shamrock and wink face emojis.
No.
Lucky me, I have you. No?
I mean, that's just nice. I
Irish
don't mind
whiskey
that one.
makes me frisky.
I do like Irish whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
How about funny St. Patrick's Day captions for eating, drinking, and being Irish? The leprechaun made me do it. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Picture like as in picture of beer.
No,
Okay.
boo.
That is bad.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
That was kind of funny.
It is.
It made me laugh.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
It's a Kesher reference. The patty don't start.
Okay. Ready to get shamrocked?
No.
No. How about, okay, cute St. Patrick's Day captions for babies and kids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, don't use any of these. Little Miss Lucky Charm. So if you put a picture of your kid
This
there.
is like Instagram stuff.
Wee bit of trouble.
Oh.
My little good luck charm.
Yeah.
Okay, Irish blessings and proverbs to use for St. Patrick's Day.
Let's try these. Maybe these.
Wind at your back and road racing.
May your pockets
you
be
and-
heavy and your heart be light. May good luck pursue you each morning and night. Well, that's okay.
Okay. A little wordy, but
Yeah. How about? Now these are all terrible.
Yeah. What do you do? What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day?
Nothing. I'll be in
Oh,
Las
yeah.
Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh, crap.
Oh my!
Oh, Bill, that's a horrible time to be in Vegas.
You just realized
I
that?
just realized
Oh
that.
no!
Oh, this is
Now
bad.
wait a minute.
That's almost like being in Mexico on spring break.
Yeah,
Now,
this
wait.
is bad.
Wait a minute. What?
St.
Yeah, it's
St.
Sunday.
Pat's is Sunday.
I'm gonna wait a minute. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what exactly am I going to be doing on Sunday? Let me
Oh,
see.
this
Shouldn't
is
leave
bad.
your
I'm
don't
gonna
leave
be-
your hotel room.
Yeah, don't leave the pool.
Sunday, I'm going to be. I'm going to go. I'm going to be at the Piff, the Magic Dragon show.
It's on Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, then you might be okay if you're at. I just wouldn't be out on the street.
Everybody in the audience is going to be drunk.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Really,
Oh.
really, really
Oh
drunk.
yeah, absolutely.
So you should be just
No, well,
so you fit in.
no.
I wouldn't. Yeah, don't go to Vegas on St. Patrick's Day
New Year's Eve.
or New Year's. I know I did New Year's in Las Vegas, and oh man, what a mess! What
Yeah,
an
no, I
absolute
didn't-
mess!
I mean, I didn't even think about that. I just,
oh wow.
so
Well, maybe you should take one of those cute sayings with you and
Yeah.
use it.
kiss me, I'm Irish.
Yeah. No.
No,
No.
So I will be sober so that I can fend them off.
You take your cudgel.
I have one on my
I
desk.
know. Take it.
I will.
You can beat people away from you as you go through the crowd.
And I wouldn't be sober if I were you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take. You know, if you're sober, it's going to be worse.
Well, I'm just afraid I won't. I'm just afraid if I'm not sober, I will get in a fight. If I'm drunk, I'll get in a fight.
Stay in your pool.
Yeah, don't get in a fight.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Because my defense, I'll just be.
Your defenses are down.
My defenses are down, and I'll just be. I don't take that kind of crap from anybody. You know. And then I'll get beaten up.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Madison.
Let's see, 877-602-9696. If you've a mind to check in, Jason is here. Hi, Jason.
Oh, Jason wants to chat. Hi, Jason.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for letting me listen.
It's going good, Jason. Thanks for being there. Thanks for because Jason, we're all in this together.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. That's why I bathe every day, so since we're so together. Yeah.
Thanks for doing that. Do you have anything else you'd like to?
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about the Michael Jordan documentary. I was actually the cook that was making omelets for the rest of the team that stayed in Salt Lake City. And the team, the day after, I was making them breakfast. I'm like, did he really have the flu? And like Luke Longley, Steve Kerr, and like all the players were like, no, it was food poisoning. And so like I've always laughed, and it's kind of funny that it's coming out now. But yeah.
Yeah, it was just, they're talking about it now because of that documentary.
I remember him talking about it at the time.
Yeah, and they were talking about it being the flu at the time.
But no, is it?
Yeah,
no, I remember the accusations. I remember the accusations of food poisoning at the time.
Next year, he wouldn't stay in Park City either. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for calling us, Jason. I bet those were good omelets.
Hey, thank you, guys.
All right. Yeah, thank you,
Thanks, Jason. No proof that Jason was the guy who made the omelets. No.
That's just what Jason's saying.
Well, that was the day after anyway. They were the omelets that helped him get over the flu.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Let's do some news, I suppose. Since no one is calling to check in, we can get a little bit of news going here. Is it brought to you by Gina?
Marchuan Instant Lunch. It's ramen, lime chili with shrimp as a hot snack or delicious meal anytime. Fast and tasty. It's ramen my kids won't eat. Shrimp ramen.
Okay.
They like the chicken. They don't like the shrimp one.
Maruchan?
You guys want this?
Sure.
No?
I'm sure it's just like all the rest of those ramens. They all taste exactly alike as far as...
No, they insist that the chicken is the good one.
I'm telling you, pour it into the chicken, put it in the chicken box, they won't know the difference. The average American makes 2,198 excuses to validate their decisions every year.
That's a lie.
According to new research. That's not an excuse,
There's
Gina.
Bad traffic, and my alarm didn't go off, and...
The results reveal the ever-popular I'm too tired topped the list.
That's absolutely true.
Of common excuses as to why people, well, in Gina's case, don't do more work around the old radio station.
I'm tired.
That was followed by the commonly given excuse of, I don't have enough money, I don't have enough time, rounding out the top three. The study, conducted by One Poll in conjunction with CeraVe, which is face lotion and all kinds of lotions and stuff, looked not only at the common excuses Americans give, but it also delved into those excuses and what they're used for. In a single month, 2 in 5 people will make an excuse for buying something that they didn't need, while a further 36% make an excuse for binge-watching TV. And over a third, 34%, make excuses for not cleaning the house once a month.
Once a month?
Mm-hmm. The top common excuses: I'm too tired, I don't have enough money, I don't have enough time, it's too inconvenient, I'm too forgetful. And I think those are all things that I have used probably every day. Weekly situations leading to excuses: running errands, so you make excuses for not running your errands; exercise, healthy eating, social events, or, because it's CeraVe, wearing sunscreen.
Mm-hmm.
So these are things that you make excuses about. This is an amazing story. A Chinese couple whose son was kidnapped in a hotel in 1988 have been reunited with their son after 32 years.
Wow.
Mao Yin was snatched at the age of 2 while his
So
father
he doesn't
stopped
even know.
while his father stopped to get him some water on the way home from nursery. His parents searched the country for him, and his mother distributed more than 100,000 flyers. The family were reunited at a police news conference on Monday, and their son, who's now 34, said he planned to spend some time with his parents. Maybe I'll spend some time with them.
But I really want to know, was he have any idea, or did they just raise him as their own and he never knew?
On October 17th, 1988, his father, Mao Zhenjing, was bringing him home from the nursery in the city of Xi'an in China. The boy asked for a drink of water, so they stopped in the entrance of a hotel. As the father cooled down some hot water, he looked away briefly, and the boy was snatched. Right from under his nose, essentially. The family searched in and around the area, putting up posters. They couldn't find him. They thought he was lost forever. The mother quit her job to search for her son. Over the years, she appeared on numerous Chinese television shows to appeal for help. In 2007, she started volunteering with a group called Baby Come Back Home to help other parents find their missing children. According to state media, she helped reunite 29 children with their families while her own son was still missing. In April, police received a tip about a man from Sichuan province in West China, about 1,000 miles from Xi'an, where the kid had been abducted, who had adopted a baby years earlier. And this guy who adopted the baby, the little boy, now he was unaware.
He didn't know? Yeah.
But he started thinking about it and thinking
Timeline
something, he put two and two together,
Mhm.
said, this could be their son, this baby I adopted. And so they did DNA tests. Yep, it's their kid.
This is a whole TV show in South Korea.
Oh, is it?
In South Korea, yeah, where they reunite kids with their parents.
Mm-hmm.
The missing children and adopted children. I don't know where they are, and help me find them. And it's a whole show.
Well, it's a pretty amazing turn of events, anyway.
Yeah.
So he says, I plan on spending some time with my parents. Oh, okay. Well, good.
All right. Maybe we'll continue news after these. We shall see. We are broadcasting live from our homes. So that means these shows go to 11 a.m. Stand by for all of that. X96.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
Well, we've taken Pierce Bronson also in that same deal.
The former 007.
Yep.
Did you see that movie he was in, by the way, ever, The Matador?
No, I wanted to see that.
You've got to see it. It's great. He's great in that.
I got to get that one in Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
And how was he?
Honey, write that down.
He was very nice.
Okay. What am I writing down?
Anyways,
Oh, you're a sweetheart.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he was great too. Very nice guy. Like him a lot.
Okay,
so.
how about a horror
I was going to
story?
say, we're getting some nice guys.
Well,
Who's the
we've
worst?
taken Paris Hilton.
I knew you were going to say
Did
Paris
you really?
Hilton.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to say
This
that.
last Sundance, we had Paris for 4 days.
That's hot.
And how was that?
Paris is a very unique girl.
He's
She,
so nice. He is so nice, isn't he?
How is she unique?
Well, she's got a style of her own, that's for sure. She,
As I
she
pull out
does
the nice guy,
everything. Yeah.
nice guy to carry
It depends.
translation.
I mean, are we
dictionary.
talking drunk or sober?
Did you ever see her sober?
No, actually. Maybe once in the morning. I can't be certain though.
So she was a treat to carry around, was
she? My neighbor's jealous. He loves her, but you gotta meet her. You gotta meet her, I guess.
Get the full effect.
Yeah. So
You cleaned the limo after that, I hope. you don't want.
We've got a full detailer.
Excellent. Excellent, yes.
And any other quick little horror story about anybody?
No, not really. I mean, most of the celebs are pretty good.
Really nice.
They're some of them can be a little high maintenance, but for the most part, they're really generous. They're nice. Keep to themselves. They don't make a lot of trouble.
It's what you would expect, really. I mean, they just want a nice, quiet ride, and thank you very much.
Now, what about the folks you've been giving rides to in Garland? Have they been high maintenance?
Oh, no, not at all. Just around the block.
Like Paris Hilton? Mac, he wasn't any trouble?
Now the crowd keeps turning over here. Anybody here want to go on a limo ride? You want to go? Anybody?
That has not gone yet?
Yeah,
we had a couple.
Wasn't one. Now, if it's only one guy, you got to collect some people and go with you.
Two? All right.
Just go around the.
These guys haven't gone.
Just go around the block. It's a treat.
96.3 FM. X96.
All right. It is 10:34, and for some reason Hudson is insisting that I go with him. It's like some sort of a Timmy's down a well kind of thing.
Well, Carrie, you got to
He
help
wants to-
Timmy in the well.
He wants to take you somewhere?
Yeah, he wants me to go with him somewhere. He needs something. I don't know what.
He's able to take himself outside to go potty.
Well,
so
yeah,
it's-
I know, and he knows that too. So I don't know what his. I don't
You
know
wanna
what
go
his
check
deal
it
is.
out? Go check it out.
I'm sure it's just because Sue's making noise upstairs and he's concerned about something. You're fine. You're just fine. All right.
That's exactly the way I deal with my kids.
You're
You
fine?
heard gunshots?
You're fine.
No, they're fine. I just got this text. I think it's from the Salt Lake City School District, but it doesn't make. It says, "There's a dog walking email that's been sent throughout this district. This is a scam. Don't respond."
Say that again?
There is a dog walking email that has been sent throughout the district. This is a scam. Please do not respond.
Have you got a dog walking email from anybody?
No, I haven't. Listen, you better be careful or we're going to come over there and walk your dog.
Maybe it's
No,
maybe it's an
are they
offer
trying to-
for a job, and it's not. Hey, you want to come walk
Are they
my
trying to
dog?
steal dogs?
Maybe.
Trying to get inside your house? I'll walk your dog for you. Yeah.
That must be it.
I guess. I haven't seen one, though. I don't think.
Do you have any more news?
Yeah.
For us? Is it sponsored, Gina? Might as well.
Yeah, brought to you
right?
by Instant Lunch, lime and chili, flavored with shrimp as a hot snack or delicious meal anytime. Fast and tasty. My kids won't eat the shrimp ones. They only like the chicken ones. Instant ramen.
Don't they
Well,
realize in these troubled times that they should eat the shrimp ones?
They should.
They're both equally nutritious and good for you. I have a child who's sitting across from me right now who likes to eat the ramen noodles raw.
Like
which
crunchy?
I find just crunchy,
Just
yeah.
right out of the...
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
like if you're going to make ramen, you set aside a few of them, to crunch raw. I don't.
Does
quite
she
get
appreciate you telling everybody that right now? Is she
I don't
giving you the
think
stink eye?
No, she's wearing her headphones and
Oh.
has no idea what's going on. She's watching a video of some sort on her phone.
Her father, storied performer Bill Allred, she has access to him putting on a show right now in front of her at her dining room table, and she's watching a video of someone else.
She's not allowed, okay? It's against. She is not allowed to watch this or
She's
listen
got
to
access
this.
to Bill Allred live
Not
in
allowed.
person.
Not allowed. It's too tame for her.
It's too tame.
Yeah, this is too tame for her. She needs something with a little more punch than we are able to provide on commercial radio.
Well, let me direct her to KSL in the morning between 6 and 9.
My gosh!
There's a punch.
My daughter, she heard about this all the way in Japan. That story was, they talked about it in Japan.
Yes, it's called the World Wide Web, Amanda.
Can you believe it?
Yes, I can.
Japan. You just now my daughter is looking at me like, uh-oh, Dad's gone crazy. Yeah. All right, let's see, where are we here? This is sweet. Canada's largest city. It's Toronto,
Toronto?
Toronto. By the way, Jim Gaffigan is going to play Rob Ford, the former mayor of Toronto, and I just can't wait. I think that's going to be great.
Toronto.
Canada's largest city, politely abiding by strict coronavirus lockdown. But then came the family of adorable foxes. A family of foxes set up a den in a prime downtown Toronto location. And crowds of people gathered bunched shoulder to shoulder so that they could watch these foxes.
Well, they shouldn't be gathering shoulder to shoulder.
Well, it's just irresistible because if you see the pictures, and better yet, see the videos, these foxes are adorable. Canada's largest city has been under coronavirus lockdown since mid-March. Mayor John Tory was the first to go into self-isolation. The rest of Toronto, known for adhering to rules, soon followed. But then there was a baby fox. And then a whole family of foxes taking up residence beneath the boardwalk in Toronto. The fox family attracted crowds despite social gathering rules. For a few weeks, starting in April, it seemed that all anyone was talking about, other than the virus, were these adorable foxes. Mom, Dad, and 4 kits. Kits. Today's word is kits. That's what you call a baby fox. A kit.
This has been Fox News.
Mama fox is called a vixen.
A vixen.
That's right. There were reports of people picking up the kits and hand feeding them. Paparazzi assembled at dusk and dawn, hunting for pictures of the kits in the honey light beloved by both photographers and, it turns out, the foxes, because they did come out quite often. And they weren't tame necessarily, excuse me, but they were aware of the people there and were not frightened by them. Now, they wouldn't let you, they don't want you to get close to them, but they also were not frightened. I just think it's great. You should look at some of the pictures.
No, Carrie.
What?
You're not. You really no.
What? It's on one of my Guardians of the Galaxy playlists.
I thought you were going to do What Does the Fox Say?
No, I'm going even
Samantha
deeper.
Fox.
I'm
Is this
going
Samantha
even
Fox?
deeper. No. Oh, come on, get to the... Here, I'll speed it up for...
There you go. I'll allow this.
Fox on the Run.
I wasn't going to allow What Does the Fox Say. I was going to try to stop that.
A father from the United Kingdom is in the running for being the coolest dad in the world because he turned his whole home into an enormous ball pit. Joel Condor, known for surprising his daughters, Casey, Gracie, Sophie, and Chloe, 14, 12, 8, and 2 respectively, with quirky stunts and practical jokes around the house, whether or not his wife Sarah is involved. The pranks are so outlandish that the father, with a background in cinematography, shares videos on social media through his Dad V Girls channel, which now boasts almost 1 million subscribers on YouTube. Some of the videos, well, so what he did was he got, I don't know where he got them, all of those kind of balls that are in a ball pit, and filled the entire ground floor of the house with these balls. 250,000 plastic balls. Everything was worth it for that reaction of his wife and daughters as they came to the house and opened the door and went,
That gives me anxiety.
Really?
Why?
Because I think about how do you clean that up?
You don't.
Well,
I mean, eventually you got to clean it up.
Carrie's got a leaf blower.
Yeah, I could.
Just use the leaf blower.
Okay.
Blow them into the neighbor's yard. That's what you do.
And you know
Apparently
they don't clean those balls in the ball.
No, they're gross.
Crawl. You know, those places where kids go.
Yeah, and you know they routinely find bodies in those. Bodies and
At
that
that
happens
bottom
all
of
the
ball
time.
crawl?
Yeah, at the bottom. There's
Mhm.
some kid's been down there for a year. I don't know. Where did he go? We don't check the ball pit, the ball crawl. Yeah. That's about it.
Let's take a break.
I don't have any more news.
You're out of news?
I'm
All right,
sort of
well,
newsed out.
We'll find something coming up here.
The waning moments of the Radio from Hell show.
Somebody wants to know if you are the mom who throws out toys as you clean up the house.
You can bet on
100%.
it. You can bet on it.
So if
it
you
happens
just-
all the time. Mom, what happened to my roller skates?
Well, you just shouldn't have left it out.
Is that right?
Mom, well, it happens all the time, I bet.
Okay.
But I loved that blanket.
Then you
Sorry.
should have put it away.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back. We're broadcasting live from our homes. That means these shows go to 11 a.m. X96.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name? Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's
is the bearer.
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "What was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was
ventilator.
whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that pause. That pause.
That tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he tried to one cheek sneak?
One cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed. And
all
those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's a better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Whoa.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because...
You'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How
raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
and here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we
Thank you
are.
very much.
Very good.
Well, it was 1 year ago today that the Game of Thrones season finale happened.
That was a year ago?
Mm-hmm.
It was only a year ago.
Yeah. Seems longer ago than that.
I told Joe maybe we should go back and start from the first season and rewatch the whole thing.
Well, I think you should read the books.
We
He
still
does
have all
read
of our
them.
recaps.
What?
Oh, we still have those?
All of our recaps, including our poll.
Oh yeah, we did that on the podcast and
Katie,
on the air,
maybe you
didn't we?
could repost that on the radio from Hell Best of.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I'll throw some of those up on the best of.
Yeah.
You said it was the finale?
1 year ago, the finale
All right, we'll post that one up today.
aired.
Yeah.
And it's become as controversial as the Seinfeld finale, the
Yep. I wasn't
Sopranos.
I
Yeah.
wasn't particularly happy with it.
I mean, I didn't hate it.
It just seemed
It
like it
made
was rushed.
sense. It made sense. Like, okay, yeah, that's how that should end.
I just think it seemed rushed, and no, I don't think it should have ended that way. I didn't think it should have ended that way at all.
If you look at it from the beginning to end, it kind of comes full circle.
Gina, I've read the books, okay?
Well, you haven't read all of them because they're not done.
No. And what is it? There 5 of them are done? Whatever the last one was, I couldn't get. I haven't been able to get through the 5th one.
Yeah, because the last one is still in his office somewhere.
I just get pretty tired of hearing the descriptions of flags. Reading descriptions of flags and cutlery.
So the actress who played Melisandre, the witch, Karis Van Houten, when asked about, hey, it's the 1 year anniversary, what did you think of the ending? She said she loved the ending, particularly Bran Stark being the surprising choice to rule the 7, now 6 kingdoms. She said, I love the randomness and clumsiness of picking a king. That's why I love the first season. The guy who actually was king, Robert Baratheon, didn't want to be king. Baratheon. So we already got a lesson in the beginning. Why are you striving for that sort of power when obviously it doesn't make you happy? She says that the blowback against the finale feels a bit ungrateful, she says. The fact that some people were so disappointed is because everything before that was so good. You've had such great times, and then, you're going to be disappointed because it's not going to go exactly how you anticipated. Of course, you're going to have all sorts of criticisms, and I just thought it was a sign of how good the show was.
Yeah, I thought the themes of it I liked, but I would agree with Bill that it seemed rushed. There should have been more episodes than
Yeah,
that.
it's just
It's
like, okay, we got to get this done somehow. We got to get
At
this
least-
done somehow.
Yeah, at least one more, but it was costing them so much money.
And I know we can't stop the show. We can't leave the show today without addressing Gina's favorite story of the day, which we haven't. In response to the shocking news that President Donald Trump is taking hydroxychloroquine in an attempt to ward off the coronavirus, or Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, said he may not even be taking it because he's a liar. However, just saying that he's taking it is still very dangerous.
Yeah.
But in response to that, Anderson Cooper asked Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House, what she thought about it. And here's what she said. As far as the president is concerned, he's our president, and I would rather he not be taking something that has not been approved by the scientists, especially in his age group and in his, shall we say, weight group, the morbidly obese, they say. So I think it's not a good idea.
So I'm just it's sad that it brings me so much joy that Trump morbidly obese and my personal favorite President Plump are both trending on Twitter.
So it raises the question, according to this CNN article, is Trump morbidly obese? Well, the CDC does not actually use the term morbidly obese at all. Generally speaking, it defines obesity as having a body mass index of 30 or higher. BMI is calculated by taking a person's weight in kilograms divided by the square of height in meters. Within obese, the CDC has 3 distinctions. There are those with a BMI between 30 and 35, those with a BMI between 35 and 40, and those with a BMI over 40, which the CDC characterizes as having extreme or severe obesity. Trump, he has a BMI of 41. So he's not morbidly obese. He is severely.
Which makes all the difference, really.
Yeah.
It's
not morbid obesity, severe obesity.
So let's get that straight. Okay, first of all.
President Plump. Oh, here's another one that's trending. Girther movement.
That's funny. Oh, I shouldn't be laughing, but it is. All right, let's do the promo and crawl away, shall we?
Yeah. Okay.
Welcome to the middle of the week. Yes, tomorrow is Wednesday already.
And in these troubled, trying times, there must be some things happening in your life that you just can't deal with anymore. Well, we're all in this together, so you must have some things that must go.
It's a good thing that Things That Must Go is happening tomorrow, 6:45 and 8:45, so send us your must-goes, please. You do that via email at radiofromhell@x96.com.
Plus, Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall will have some more information about the COVID status here in Salt Lake and more for our Utah Weekly Update at 7 a.m.
So don't miss out on all the things happening on Wednesday's extended Radio from Hell show on X96.
Because we're all in this together.
In these trying, challenging,
difficult
times. And we'll take on the biggest fight of all.
What's that?
Cancer.
Is it?
Cancer? What?
I don't. It's just that ad that I have such a horrible time with. It's a PSA for the Marvel heroes fighting cancer.
Oh.
And then they mention cancer throughout the ad. I think it's supposed to be a TV spot, but they mention cancer throughout this thing. But then, who is she? She has the Scottish kind of accent, whichever superhero that is.
The Scottish.
Anyway.
Oh, it'd be Karen Gillan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they say the word cancer throughout the PSA, and then she goes, so join with us as we take on the biggest threat of all. Cancer. Oh.
She scared you, didn't she?
Yeah. It's like
you jumped a little.
Well, and it's like it's supposed to be a surprise there, except they've mentioned it a bunch of times. I don't know. It just drives me crazy.
All right. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I got all dressed up for court. Now I'm going to go get a burrito.
Good job, Katie. Corey is next.